The Guru of Love. Upadhyay Samrat. Dedication to Babita. Acknowledgements. The energy to write this book came from the birth of my daughter, Shahzadi. I am also blessed to have an editor like Heidi Pietler, whose enthusiasm for my work has made me, in the words of the poet Rumi, like someone suddenly born into color. Thanks to my agent, Eric Simonoff, and Janklo and Nesbitt. I am grateful for the support of the English department at Baldwin Wallace College, and especially thankful to my student Stacy Clemens for combing through the first drafts. Finally, I am heartened to belong to a family that believes in my writing without having to read it. Ami, Bhuwa, Sangeeta, Arup, Babu, Shotu, Mummy, and Hajur. 1. Thin as a waif, she wore a faded kurta surawal. She stood in the doorway of Ramchandra's bedroom, where he tutored his students. I am very weak in math, sir, she said as he gestured for her to sit next to him on a cushion on the floor. To ward off the chill, unusual for late September, she also wore the traditional Casto shawl. She had long eyelashes and a slim nose, fine fur dotted her upper lip. Her hair, glistening with oil, was pulled back in a prim style. Malati, she said, was her name, and she appeared slightly older, past her teens, than the students he normally tutored. I charge 500 rupees a month, he said. 3 sessions a week, 1 hour each. A shadow came over her face. Can't you afford that? Ramchandra drew the electric heater close to him, even though he had a blanket wrapped around him and was wearing the thick socks that Goma had sewed for him. The walls of this old house, where Ramchandra rented his flat, were thin, and on a chilly day like this, harbinger of the cold that would soon envelop the city, the entire house became almost unbearable. One of the coils of the heater had come loose, and it protruded dangerously, still glowing red. He'd have to fix it soon, before the children burned themselves on it, before the coming months of winter, when even the fish feel cold, as Ramchandra's mother used to say. I come from a poor family, she said. Ramchandra glanced out the small window from his seated position. He could see the electric and telephone wires zigzagging outside his window. A kite swooped in the tiny blue patch of sky. Dassain festival was here, which meant more expenses. His tutees had often cited their poverty, even those who came from well-to-do families, as their reason for defaulting on their payments. Well, he wasn't rolling in money either. He and Goma and the children were living on the top floor of this old house, with its rickety stairs and cracked ceilings, its cramped, dank rooms that never got enough sunlight, this house controlled by a landlord who came rapping on the door if the rent wasn't paid on time, where deafening traffic from the street penetrated the thin walls, shook the rooms, and made reasonable thinking impossible. For years he'd been harboring the dream of buying some land and building a house in the city, if only to silence his in-laws. For the past 3 years, he and Goma had been putting away 500 rupees a month. Or at least trying to, some months, especially during the festivals. Not only could they not save, but they had to dip into their savings, which troubled Ramchandra constantly. "This way we'll never build a house," he'd said to Goma dejectedly the other day after he'd checked his bank book and discovered that the balance was not even ₹1,00,000. A few months ago, he'd even looked at some plots of land, but most of them had been exorbitantly priced. There was one plot, near Dilli Bazaar, that was nice, close to the vegetable market and to the bus station, but the seller wanted ₹5,00,000. Ramchandra had told him that no reasonable fool would buy the plot at that price, but as he walked away, he knew that the land would be sold within a few months. Many people were getting rich in Kathmandu. The country was poor, but in the capital, wealth was multiplying in the hands of those who'd opened new businesses or those with government jobs who didn't turn away from hefty bribes. With her worn-out clothes, Malati indeed looked poor, unlike his only other tuti, Ashok, a merchant's son who arrived every morning in a shiny black car, with loud music thumping from the speakers. "I don't have a father," Malati told him. "And my mother raises chickens to support the family." "Then perhaps you should be working," Ramchandra said. "Help your family." "Right now I am not in a position to work, sir," she said solemnly. "Besides, I want to go to college." And for that, she needed to pass the school leaving certificate exam. She admitted that she'd barely passed the preliminary sent-up exams, administered by her school, and was worried about the actual exams. "What's the point of going to college when you need some income right now?" She pursed her lips and glanced out the window. She is pretty, he thought. But it was her determination that moved him. If he could help her, then it was his duty as a teacher to take her on. In the afternoons he taught at the run-down Kantapur school, with its crumbling walls and dark, crowded classrooms. It was a government school, which meant that it had a meager budget and disgruntled teachers. Most of them, like Ramchandra, tutored students on the side for extra income. These days, he was tutoring only Ashok, and he could have Malati join their sessions. "Okay, how much can you afford?" 200 rupees, sir." "That's too little," he said, thinking of his bank account. "I can tutor you for only 2 sessions a week for that." "That's fine, sir," she said. "I can do the rest on my own." "I'll need the money first." "I'll bring it tomorrow morning." There was an awkward silence. He expected her to leave, and when she didn't, he was about to say, "Okay, then." But she asked, "Sir, are you from Kathmandu itself?" He studied her a bit more closely. People from Kathmandu rarely asked each other that question. Only outsiders probed one another, searching for something that bonded them in the city. "Originally from Lamjung," he said. After his father died, he and his mother had sold their land and house in Lamjung to pay off creditors and had come to Kathmandu, with his mother's jewelry in a plastic bag and with the address of a distant relative. "Mother, God bless her." He hoped her soul was at peace in heaven. I knew, Malati said. I knew you were not from here. Your face tells it. Is it really that obvious? Well, couldn't you say the same about me? Where do you think I'm from, sir? He had no idea, but he was amused by her excitement. Jumla. His mention of this remote, barren area in the northwest part of the country made her laugh. You like to joke, don't you, sir? No, I'm from Dharan. When did you move here? A few years ago. But I still miss it. People in this city are so, she seemed to be searching for the appropriate word, unfeeling. Ramchandra's own memories of Lamjung remained clear, the general store in a mud house perched dangerously on top of a hill, the biting cold in the morning, the haze that hung over the hills, and the clouds that rolled in and made the house in front of you disappear, the smell of sweet rice cooked in the mud oven, the smoke stinging his mother's eyes and making water run down her nose. But it was the memories of his early years in Kathmandu, the hardships he and his mother had endured, that were imprinted on his mind like a religious text. For a long time he had been angry at the city for making their lives difficult. But he'd grown to love the city, and although he understood what Malati was saying, he didn't want to identify with her sense of helplessness. It's been so many years, he told her, that I consider myself a local of Kathmandu. Of course, sir. Still, this city can really make you suffer. Tears started to well up in her eyes and, strangely, he was moved. He asked, "Do you want to sit down? Have some tea?" She composed herself. "No, sir, I have something to attend to." As she was leaving, she smiled at him, revealing small white teeth. "I've heard you're very good, sir." Ramchandra waved his hand in the air. Malati turned out to be very poor in math. She'd mull over a problem for a long time, often missing the most obvious connections. When he'd explain a problem and hint at a possible solution, she'd nod slowly and chew her lower lip, as if everything were sinking in, but when it was time to solve the problem, she'd scratch her head and tighten her eyebrows, unable to move beyond the most rudimentary step. In contrast, Ashok, whose math skills Ramchandra had previously considered weak, now appeared bright. Addition, Ramchandra would gently say to Malati, "You need to add the interest to the principal, not subtract it. Don't you see?" And slowly recognition appeared on her face, as if to say, "Why didn't I see that before?" Then she would nod, her head bobbing up and down. But that understanding soon proved false, and the next moment she would frown and chew her pencil's eraser. One morning, 2 weeks after she'd started, Malati was stumped on a particular problem that they'd gone over repeatedly. Ramchandra slammed down his pencil on her notebook with the neatly written numbers. Even a monkey from the Pashupatinath temple would be able to solve such a simple problem. He jabbed a finger at the air in front of her. "You're not a monkey, are you?" Malati looked down at her toes, her face red. Ashok smiled at him in disbelief, and Ramchandra's wife, Goma, who had come in to collect empty tea glasses, shot him a glance. He was about to say something conciliatory to Malati when she, still looking down, said in a strong voice, "I told you my math is poor. That's why I'm here. That's why I need help." "Okay," he said slowly, "let's look at this from another angle." Ashok was still smiling, watching Ramchandra closely. "Is my face going to get you a pass in the S.L.C?" Ramchandra asked him. For the rest of the session, Malati remained quiet. Mechanically, she did what Ramchandra asked her to do, her lips pursed, and when it came time for her to solve a compound interest problem on her own, she said, "I have a headache. I'll go home now." "Still 15 minutes left, Malati." "Didn't I just tell you I have a headache?" she said, and quickly got up and went down the stairs. A sense of remorse plagued Ramchandra throughout the afternoon, when he was teaching at school, throughout the evening, when he came home, tired, and tutored a student and, later, played snakes and ladders with his son, and into the night, when he tried to sleep. This lingering guilt surprised him. Ramchandra rarely scolded his students, and he never hit them, as many of his colleagues did. But he also knew that it was necessary to protect his dignity as a teacher, so at times he would verbally discipline students for being unruly, as the older ones were likely to be. The issue of discipline had never arisen with those he tutored at home. This was the first time he'd scolded anyone. But Malati's reaction to his disparaging her went beyond the shame a student might feel at being scolded. Somehow he'd wounded her deeply. Ramchandra also regretted that he'd wasted the rest of her session, during which more could have been accomplished. He prided himself on the number of his tutees who went on to pass the SLC exam. Sometimes it took only minutes for a student to move from one level to another. That's why Ramchandra, no matter how tired he was, insisted that his students stay the full time they were scheduled for. This was especially important in the case of Ashok, who often came up with all kinds of excuses to leave early. With Malati, it was even more crucial, because it was difficult for her to pay her fee. In the dark of night, Ramchandra pulled his surak closer around himself and stared at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Lately, he'd been having a repeated nightmare, in which he couldn't solve a simple algebra equation in front of his students. He attributed the dream to his heavy load of tutoring and teaching. Ramchandra had discovered his skills in math early. When he was in the dangerously situated general store in Lamjung with his mother, he'd quickly deduct the cost of the kilo of lentils from the 5 or 10 rupee note that she'd just handed to the vendor, and announce, loudly, "Need to return 2 rupees and 20 paisa. He'd solve math problems so fast on the small slate his father had given him that his father would say, wait, before you erase it, let me see if you did that correctly," and Ramchandra would hand over the slate and grab a pencil and a notebook to scribble something else. Later, after he and his mother had moved to Kathmandu, he would see a storekeeper in a spice shop laboriously scrawl the items and the prices. But the numbers would zoom inside Ramchandra's head, and he'd announce, in his sullen voice, "Total, 7 rupees and 50 paisa." Often the shopkeeper would squint at him and, in jest, offer him a job as his assistant. He'd want to take the offer, but his mother would always say no, that she wouldn't dream of putting her son to work until he'd finished school. "I want you to be an engineer," she said. She seemed particularly bent on engineering, either because she liked the foreign-sounding word or she associated it with mathematics. "Engineer, yes," she would say. "You'll build things." Once he started attending school, in a crowded little classroom in Kathmandu, not too far from where he was now teaching. His hand would shoot up every time a math problem was put on the board. Eventually, the teacher started eyeing him with resentment. His friends gave him the nickname Hisabe Hanuman, because his prowess in math equaled the strength of the monkey god Hanuman, who uprooted an entire mountain, held it up on his palm, and flew. How odd, thought Ramchandra, that he'd called Malati a monkey when he himself had been called a monkey in his youth. In college, when Ramchandra was called to the board to solve a calculus problem that gave the professor a headache, he knew that teaching would be the natural profession for him. And it was, for the most part, but the tutoring sessions wore him out. These days before falling asleep, he'd try to ward off nightmares by visualizing pleasant scenes, like a walk by a blue pond, a bountiful garden, cool mountain air. But Malati's voice, saying, "That's why I'm here. That's why I need help," kept ringing in his ears. Tonight, his tossing and turning awoke Goma, who asked, "What's the matter?" He said maybe he'd had too much tea that day. She turned on the light. "That girl is bothering you. You should think before you speak. Serves you right." "I'm tired," he said. "It's hard enough, teaching full-time at that hellhole, and then tutoring these students day and night." "Still," Goma said, "she's a young girl, and very sensitive. Treat her gently. Think of her as your own daughter." "And who'll treat me gently?" he asked. "Who can I turn to for comfort?" He took her hand. She placed her other palm on his forehead and said, "Why don't I rub your head for a while? You'll feel better." He put his head in her lap, and she massaged his face, her smooth fingers gliding across his temples, lulling him into a drowsy state. Through half-open eyes he looked at her face. Goma was a small, chubby woman, only a few months younger than he, and he was reaching 42. On her forehead was the small red tika she got every morning at the Ganesh Then temple in the neighborhood. Before the sun's rays fell upon the streets, she would go to the temple with a plate of rice and with flowers she'd picked in the courtyard garden. She'd return home just as the sun's rays lit the window of the house on the opposite side of the courtyard. A large mole sat right below the bridge of her nose, her beauty spot, Ramchandra called it. "You don't need to keep taking on 2 T's, you know," Goma said. If I don't, how will we pay for the expenses of Dasein and Tihur? Dasein was only a week away, with Tihur chasing at its heels. It meant that Ramchandra had to dip into his savings to get new clothes for the family, plus at least a hen, if not a goat, for sacrifice to the goddess. In fact, this year he was going to argue against buying a goat, which would cost several hundred rupees. He'd thought of suggesting to Goma and Rakesh and Sanu that they satisfy themselves with a hen, but of course everyone would be disappointed, and neighbors and relatives would talk, especially his in-laws. What else could he do, though? Right now he had only Goma to convince. The children tended to absorb Goma's feelings and mirror them, so if she felt the family couldn't afford more than a hen, they'd reconcile themselves. Without the two T's, how will we get out of this hellhole? Ramchandra asked. How will we ever build a house of our own? Goma put her index finger to her lips. Sanu, 13, and her brother, Rakesh, 9, were sleeping in the next room. But as if to support his argument, a horn blared outside, tires screeched, followed by a bang and the revving of an engine. Both Goma and Ramchandra instinctively closed their eyes. You can't seem to utter a sentence without using the word hellhole these days, Goma said. Well, what do you call this? He waved a hand. I'm not unhappy here, she said. Your parents are unhappy that you're here. Over the years, he'd become more bold when speaking of her parents, even though he knew that his complaints made Goma uncomfortable. They had never taken a liking to Ramchandra, even though they had chosen him as their son-in-law. When Ramchandra and Goma got married, he was still living with his mother, in an even smaller flat in Tamil. At that time he was attending Tri Chandra College and, on the side, tutoring students, one of whom was Goma's sister, Nalini. The marriage proposal had come as a surprise, a few months after Nalini took the SLC exam. The proposal is not for Nalini, he'd asked his mother. No, it's for her older sister. He'd seen Goma at her parents' house only a few times, when she passed by the room where he was tutoring Nalini, but now he couldn't recall her face clearly. He did remember noting that she was prettier than Nalini, who had a sad, deprived look. Why would they want to give their daughter to someone like me? He asked his mother. Usually, he tutored his students in his small apartment, but the Pandys had asked him to come to their house, and since they offered him 100 rupees more than he usually got, he'd gone. He'd been intimidated by the grandeur of the house, by the stern look on Mr. Pandy's face. But he needed the money, and he found Nalini an easy student to tutor. His mother suggested that maybe his reputation as a bright student had led Goma's parents to give their daughter to him, knowing that he was poor. Perhaps they believed that, with his intelligence, he'd soon occupy a position that was lucrative and that their daughter would live in luxury. Perhaps they were impressed by his behavior when he tutored their younger daughter. This is a great honor for our family, his mother had said. Perhaps our hard days are over. At the time he married her, Ramchandra didn't even know that Goma was his age. When his mother showed him her picture, he recalled her face more clearly, and a sweetness entered his heart, and he said yes. The age factor had never bothered him, and it didn't bother him now, although he was annoyed whenever relatives referred to it, as if it were fundamentally wrong for the wife to be the same age as the husband. One relative had said, 7 years difference, that's the best. Our ancient texts say that a difference of 7 years helps the harmony between the husband and wife. The man had looked affectionately at his wife, who, exactly 7 years younger, was chewing pan, which made the inside of her mouth bright red. She had established herself as a petty gossip monger, belittling those who had less than she did. Ramchandra didn't know which ancient texts the relative was referring to, but Hindu texts were often sprinkled with such petty advice. I don't believe in those rules and myths, Ramchandra had replied, and the relative, still smiling at his wife, had said, "This is our culture." In moments of quiet Ramchandra did wonder why Goma hadn't married earlier, when she was in her early 20s, when she could have been easily negotiated into a well-to-do family. Had she done something scandalous when she was young? He wondered. Although when he looked at his wife the devotional tika on her forehead, her straightforward, sweet manner with him and their children, he knew that he was sinful in even thinking such things about her. Ramchandra was in a classroom in the basement of a dark building, wearing his dirty dark blue shorts and stained sky blue shirt. Suddenly the teacher's whip came slashing through the air and struck him across the face, where it became numbers, problems, and he couldn't, no matter how hard he tried, solve them. The other students, in their recently laundered uniforms and ties, mocked him, and Ramchandra called for his mother, "Ama, Ama," and woke to discover that Rakesh was crying out for his mother from the next room. Goma, who usually awoke at the slightest noise, was fast asleep. Ramchandra hurried to the children's room, but he didn't turn on the light lest it disturb Sanu. She was awake, though, and said, "Ba, I think he had a nightmare." Ramchandra sat beside Rakesh, who was whimpering, and stroked his hair, trying to calm him. Gradually, the boy became quiet and then asked, "Ba, what am I going to get for Dasein?" "What do you want, my son?" "A bicycle." "Bicycle is too expensive." "How about a toy bicycle?" Rakesh made a face. "All of my friends have bicycles." Ramchandra turned to Sanu. "And what do you want?" "Nothing," she said. Every day Sanu seemed to be growing more aware of the financial restrictions of her family. "And he doesn't need a bicycle either." Rakesh started arguing with her, and, fearing that they'd wake Goma, Ramchandra raised his hand and said, "I can give you a nice story right now. Free of cost. If he gets a bicycle, then I too need something big," Sanu said. "We'll deal with that later," Ramchandra said. Now the story. In a distant land a long time ago there was a poor girl, Ramchandra began. He spoke softly so that Goma wouldn't wake up. The naked bulb hanging from the ceiling in the corridor revealed the outlines of his children. This girl, Ramchandra continued, was 17 years old and lived with her mother in a hut. The roof of the hut leaked in the monsoon rains, and the entire mud floor became flooded. They were so poor that they ate only one meal each day, usually in the evening by the fire, and the girl's stomach rumbled during the night. Will this be a sad story? Sanu asked. Maybe. Just listen. What was her name? The girl. Ramchandra was stumped. Then he said, Malati. But Malati is your student, Rakesh said. Do you want to hear the story or not? Rakesh became quiet, and Ramchandra continued. The girl always thought about her father, who had left the village a few years ago in search of a job in the city and had never returned. When she went to cut grass for their cow, whose milk they sold for money to get by, she stared out at the horizon, hoping to see her father return, his pockets filled with money and gifts of jewelry for her and her mother. Each night, as she lay on the mat on the floor where they slept, she listened for the knock on the door that would signal his arrival. In her dreams he would appear, well-fed and prosperous, in the city, missing his daughter. One day, the richest merchant in the village came to their hut and asked the mother for her daughter's hand in marriage. Your daughter is very beautiful, said the merchant, who had a long mustache, which trickled down his chin. She is also a hard worker, so she will make a good wife. The mother was delighted. In her mind she saw herself in a bright, gold-studded sari, wearing a diamond necklace, with 5 servants ready at her command. The girl was not happy. The merchant was her father's age, and she didn't like the way his eyes glinted when he looked at her. Ramchandra didn't know where to go from here, so he stopped, but the children pestered him to continue. And they lived happily ever after, he said. Who lived happily ever after? Sanu asked. The merchant and the girl. But she doesn't like him. That's no story. Shhh, you'll wake up mother, Ramchandra said. We'll continue tomorrow. And despite their protests, he tucked them under the blanket and left. In the next room, Goma was awake and bleary-eyed. I was so tired I didn't even hear. Did Rakesh have a nightmare? Yes, and I told him a story. Which one? I made one up. About what? Nothing. He snuggled close to her. It was a nonsense children's story. 2. Malati didn't appear at the next session, and Ramchandra couldn't focus on Ashok, who smiled and kept repeating, I wonder what happened to that girl. After he left, Ramchandra changed from his surawal to his cotton pants, the ones he'd had tailored 2 years ago. They were already beginning to fray at the bottom, and Goma had been pestering him to have a new pair made, but he'd resisted, immediately calculating the cost, at least 50 rupees for the cloth, another 50 for the tailor. The shirt he wore had a hole in the chest, but Goma had darned it a few months ago, and people would have to look closely before they'd notice it. The ready-made, fine nylon shirt he had received from his in-laws during last year's Dasein festival hung in the closet, unworn. He had fingered the fine cloth a few times, but had never put it on. This was the only way he could strike back at their criticism of his poverty. Just the other day, Mrs. Pandey had mentioned a schoolteacher, a relative, who had moved from a crummy school to a more prestigious one run by the wife of a well-known businessman. "When's that going to happen to our son-in-law?" she said, not looking at Ramchandra but at Goma. And Mr. Pandey had said, as if Ramchandra weren't present, "Keep dreaming, wife. It's been so many years, and still nothing." He called to Goma in the kitchen that he was going for a walk, and before she could respond, he headed down the stairs, noticing that one wooden board creaked dangerously under his weight. Malati had told him that she lived in the neighborhood of Tangle, right behind the Sunrise boarding school, and Ramchandra began to walk in that direction. But it was already 8:30, and if he wanted to see her, get back home for lunch, and make it to school on time, he'd have to take a three-wheeler. He contemplated turning back. What was the point of spending his hard-earned money on this girl? But he needed to see her, say something to her. He hailed a three-wheeler, in his head deducting the nearly 7 rupees fare from his savings account, and gave the driver directions. The wind whipped inside the small cab, and Ramchandra tightened the muffler around his face. The driver drove at breakneck speed, often missing bicycles and pedestrians by inches. Ramchandra leaned forward and shouted into the driver's ear, "Slow down. What's the hurry? You think you're the only passenger I'll have today," the driver said. It was impossible to talk reasonably to anyone nowadays, thought Ramchandra. It wasn't like this even 10 years ago, when civility existed among the Kathmandu people. Within the last few years, the city had swollen to such a point that it was ready to explode. People from the hills and mountains to the north and the plains to the south were migrating here daily, trying to survive. The land in their villages didn't yield good crops, and the rising inflation made it impossible for them to feed their families. Because of the steady influx of migrants, the city's skyline had become dotted with satellite dishes, and one couldn't walk anywhere without inhaling fumes from three-wheelers and old, rickety buses. Ramchandra understood the suffering of these poor people, who'd had to abandon their villages and towns, but the result was that too many hands prodded, probed, and fed on the innards of Kathmandu. Soon only its carcass would remain. The other day he'd seen small huts that had sprouted up on the shore of the Bishnamati River, a sight he'd previously thought was limited to cities in India, like Bombay. But Ramchandra was bitter when he thought of it. The city was not his. He didn't own a house, he didn't even own a piece of land. He was no different from the driver of this three-wheeler, who probably had to rush passengers to various destinations all day and then go to the small room in a squalid part of the city where his wife and kids waited for him. In Putla Sadak, the three-wheeler got tangled in traffic, and they had to wait for several minutes. Nearby, outside a shop, stood a long line of people, plastic containers in hand. "Look at that," the driver said. "These bastard Indians. This is all they're doing." "Is that for kerosene?" "Yes, what else?" "They've reopened the borders, but it's going to take a while." "Well, at least it's not as bad as it was before." "Well, Dasein is here, and people have a lot of cooking to do." "All donkeys, these politicians. This hacker, this chaos, just because our king and the Indian Prime Minister couldn't stand each other's egos." Whether there was any truth to that, Ramchandra didn't know. Rumors had it that contest of one-upmanship between King Birendra and the Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi had led India to close most of its borders to Nepal. Supposedly each felt the other hadn't shown him enough respect at political meetings. But most likely, Ramchandra thought, India was unhappy with King Birendra's purchase of military hardware from China, not to mention the way Nepal now required Indian workers to obtain permits. "Dodas," the three-wheeler driver cursed, spitting out his window onto the pavement. "They'll suck this country dry." In the past few months, Ramchandra had heard similar sentiments expressed many times. Housewives lining up to buy kerosene cursed Rajiv Gandhi, and motorists fumed and blamed the Indians, Dodabais, while they sat in their cars waiting to be granted the ration of a few liters of petrol. Ramchandra had nothing against the Indians who worked in Nepal. He found most of them to be pleasant and hard-working. But it was true that the Indian government liked to flex its muscles toward its neighbors. "Can't live with them, can't live without them," Ramchandra said. Yet there was no doubt that the city was filled with growing anger. Fumes of resentment seemed to rise from the people and blend with the polluted air. As the residents of Kathmandu became more vocal in their criticism of the ruling one-party panchayat establishment, the sense of defiance, long subdued, finally began to permeate the streets and alleys, where people openly discussed how Nepal needed radical reforms, like the ones that had brought down the Berlin Wall. The image of the lone Chinese man facing tanks in Tiananmen Square, shown on television and in newspapers, had excited people's imagination. The banned political parties, it was said, were attempting to reconcile among themselves so that they could capitalize on this growing bitterness. Of the three houses that stood behind the Sunrise boarding school, only one had a chicken shed next to it. A mangy dog, tied with a rope on the unkempt lawn, followed Ramchandra's steps to the door with jaundiced eyes. Chicken feathers drifted from the shed onto the veranda, and the chickens clucked in unison as he knocked on the door. A short woman with yellow eyes, not unlike the dog's, opened the door. She wore a crumpled dhoti, and there were large white blots on her neck and forehead. It occurred to him that she was an albino. "Tell Malati that her math teacher is here to see her, all right," Ramchandra told the maid. Immediately, he realized his mistake. If Malati was poor, it was unlikely that her family could afford a maid. Also, The woman's authoritative stance, hand on hip, should have told him that she was not a maid. But she didn't look like Maladi's mother, there was no resemblance. "And who are you?" the woman asked. "Ramchandra. I'm her math tutor." "What do you need to see her for?" "What do you need?" He was surprised by the roughness of her words, which, combined with her pleasant voice, had an odd effect. A baby was crying inside. "No, no," he said. "She didn't come to the last session, so I was wondering. Do you go to all of your students' houses when they don't come?" He didn't respond. "All right, come inside," she said, annoyance marking her face. She led him past a living room with a worn-out sofa, and into the kitchen, small and gloomy, with grease stains all over the walls. A yellowed poster of goddess Lakshmi, her many hands clasping her trident, conch shell, and lotus, was posted on a door in the corner. It was this door the woman opened. "Maladi, someone here to see you. Says he's your teacher." Once Ramchandra's eyes adjusted to the semi-darkness, he saw Maladi sitting on the floor, her hair in disarray, a baby in her lap, one of her breasts peeking out of her blouse. The baby, who couldn't have been more than a year old, was trying to find her nipple, but the wails indicated that it was having problems. Ramchandra noticed how small the room was, barely the size of a closet. Then it occurred to him that it was indeed a closet. Maladi, not looking up, continued to struggle with the baby, cooing, pushing its head gently to her breast. "Imagine that," the woman said with a laugh. "A teacher visiting his student's home. How are you, Maladi?" Ramchandra asked. Maladi didn't answer, but the woman did. "She is very fine, don't you see? I told her to get rid of that baby when it was still in her womb, but did she listen? And now this." She motioned toward Maladi and the baby. "Malika Didi," Maladi said to the woman, "will you please be quiet? Your voice is disturbing Rachana." Didi. So, the woman was Maladi's sister? She hadn't mentioned one, but Didi could apply to anyone, even a stranger. "Yes, I am the bad one now," the woman said. "I have done so much for you, and, slut that you are, you don't see what I've done." The word slut stung Ramchandra. Maladi finally looked up at him with a faint smile, as if to say, "See what you've gotten yourself into." Then she turned again to the baby, who had calmed down and whose eyelids were becoming heavier. "I'll have to feed her lactogen," Maladi said. "Where is lactogen? Who's going to buy it?" "I bought some yesterday," Maladi said. "Sir, what brings you here?" Her breast was back inside her blouse, and she was rocking the baby in her lap. Ramchandra looked at Malika Didi, and Maladi said to her, "Leave us to talk alone for a while." Malika Didi left, but not before warning Maladi that she was to cook the morning meal after feeding the baby. Ramchandra wanted to sit down, but the only place to sit was the cold kitchen floor, so he remained where he was and said, "I just came to see about yesterday. I'll have to make formula for the baby," she said, and got up. "Why don't we talk in the other room?" "Is this your bedroom?" "Yes." "Don't bother about tea," he said. "I came by to talk." "Let's go to the other room." In the living room, he sat on the sofa, noticing that the carpet had large stains, and that some baby clothes were strewn about. A framed photo on a nearby table showed a younger Melody with a man about Ramchandra's age. Another photo, this one on the wall, was of the same man with the albino woman. They were standing a little apart but with an air of intimacy, which made him think they were husband and wife. There was no heater in the room, and it was cold. Melody went into the kitchen, and when she came back, the baby was not in her arms. She held 2 glasses of tea, which she set on the side table before sitting beside him. To warm his hands, Ramchandra cupped a glass of tea. "How old is your girl?" he asked. 8 months. Her face, which so far he'd seen as that of a child, became transformed. He noticed lines of maturity, creases under her eyes. The room suddenly seemed different to Ramchandra, as if he wasn't sitting there, as if he was on the ceiling, looking down at the Ramchandra below. Swallowing the saliva that had filled his mouth, he asked, "Is she your sister?" Melody smiled. "No, that's my stepmother." "But you call her Didi." "Yes, that seems the most appropriate." "You'd mentioned your mother." "My mother vanished from my life a long time ago. Malika Didi is my mother now." No good mother would call her daughter a slut. Ramchandra thought that's what stepmothers are for. Of course he knew that some stepmothers treated their stepchildren with affection, but a distant memory pressed on him. A restaurant near New Road where he used to go for tea and, when he had enough money, for samosas, after finishing college and before starting a teaching job. A small boy, in a frayed shirt and loose half-pants held up by a thin rope, was constantly scolded by the woman he worked for. She criticized him for being slow, for not boiling the tea properly, for leaving the glasses dirty. The boy looked to be barely 12, but he had an old, sad face. One day, when the woman was about to lift her hand to slap the boy, Ramchandra confronted her. She looked at him in contempt and said, "If his mother had disciplined him, I wouldn't have to do it." Later, when the woman had gone into the back room, he asked the boy why he put up with her, and the boy said he couldn't leave because this was his home, she was his stepmother. "The tea will get cold," Melody prodded him. He took a sip. "Do you have brothers and sisters?" "No, just the 2 of us. My father passed away a few years ago." "And the father of the child?" "I'm not married. He doesn't live here." Ramchandra was filled with a sweet sense of pleasure, something he'd not experienced since his late childhood. He watched this girl, her sensitive face, the sadness in her eyes, the faint lines of womanhood circling her mouth, and the voice that emerged from him came from a depth he didn't know existed. "I am so sorry about yesterday." She must have heard the difference in his voice, for she looked at him sharply. The morning light filtered through the thin curtains, making beams of the dust in the room. 2 pink clouds spread across her cheeks, perhaps signs of embarrassment at her own thoughts. She looked at him again and let a brief smile shine on her face. She prompted him toward the tea, and they both picked up their glasses. "It was humiliating, sir," she said in a quiet voice. "I don't know what to say. Even my wife was angry with me." "Does your wife know you're here?" "Yes," he lied. "What did she say to you?" "About my being so hard on you." "Yes. She said you were young and sensitive, and I should have been kinder." Melody sipped her tea, pulled up her legs on the sofa, and rocked gently. "Is your baby asleep now?" "Yes, but I'll have to feed her soon and then help Malika Didi." "So you will come for your sessions again?" She hesitated. "Do you think I'll pass the exam?" "Of course you will." "I feel so helpless." "I think the problem is Ashik," he said. "How is Ashik a problem?" "You can't concentrate with him in the room." "I'll start tutoring you alone." She observed him calmly, again with a soft smile, and he felt uncomfortable. "I want you to pass," he said, and before he could stop himself, he said, "and you'll come every day, not just 2 times a week." "You know I don't have the money." "I'm not asking for more money." His rational thoughts quarreled in the back of his mind. "You need to pass." "I'll help you." "Why do you have to treat me in a special way, sir?" Her closet had reminded Ramchandra of the myriad of tiny cramped rooms, sometimes no bigger than bathrooms, where he and his mother had lived, sometimes in a relative's home, other times in a rented house in a neighborhood full of drunks and prostitutes and open drains smelling of urine and feces. In one room, the landlord had pressed himself upon his mother, and she had not screamed for the neighbors because she knew they'd think she'd invited it on herself. Ramchandra was 12 then. He'd climbed on the landlord's back, pummeling him, as tears ran down his cheeks. "I'm not giving you any special treatment," he told Melody. "I want my students to pass. Once you become successful in a few years, you can pay me back." She looked at him mischievously. "Will you chase after me with the police if I don't pay you back then?" She laughed at her own joke, and crinkles formed around her eyes. Malika Didi appeared. "Are you going to hee ha ha all morning? Who's going to cook lunch?" "You'd better go now, sir," Melody said. He stood. "So, you'll come tomorrow?" She nodded. As he walked out of the house, Malika Didi chuckled. It was already 9 o'clock, and his first class started at 9:30, so he had no time to go home for his meal before heading to school. Ramchandra stepped into a general store near Melody's house and called Goma on the phone at the counter. "Where did you go?" I was getting anxious. Have the children left for school? Yes. Ramchandra always kissed the children on their cheeks before they left for school, and now he cursed himself for not having noted the time on the clock in Maladi's house. He told Goma he'd have to forego lunch, that he was going straight to school. She said she'd bring his lunch to the school around 11, when he had a break between classes. Despite his protests, she wouldn't budge. As he was about to hang up, she said, "You went to see her, didn't you? That girl?" "Yes, I was not feeling good about the whole thing." "What did she say?" "I apologized to her, and she says she'll come." "You," Gomez said. "Worrying about a student like that." He wanted to tell her that Maladi had a baby, that she lived in a room that made their flat in Jayzidaval seem palatial, that she had a stepmother who didn't seem right in the head, but all he said was goodbye, and then hung up. The only way he could get to the school on time was by taking another three-wheeler, and he was annoyed with himself for having spent so much money that morning. This driver didn't have his meter on, which meant he was going to charge more than the usual fare for that distance. He almost shouted heated words of argument, but he made himself sit back and close his eyes. What can you expect these poor people to do? They have to eat, too, and gasoline prices kept going up. And, with Dasein around the corner, they had to worry about getting new clothes for their family and spending money on meat. In some ways, Ramchandra wished he were back in his youth with his mother, when, during Dasein, they'd go to the market and buy a kilo or two of goat meat to cook. They didn't have to worry about getting new clothes, because they had no close relatives in the city, only a few distant cousins who shunned them during festivals anyway. Now, under the watchful gaze of his in-laws, Ramchandra was constantly aware of how little he spent on his family. Last year, Mrs. Pandey, after fingering Sanu's new frock, said, "This cloth couldn't have cost more than 30 rupees, Goma." Goma had lied, said it cost about 100, plus 30 rupees for the stitching, and Ramchandra had seethed with anger. The three-wheeler dropped him outside Asan, and he walked to the marketplace. At the entrance of the marketplace, the owner of a bookshop, where Ramchandra sometimes browsed for textbooks, greeted him, and Ramchandra waved back. Then he stepped into the alley where the school was, and right there, in front of the school, in the middle of the alley, was a huge mound of garbage. On the first day he'd come to this school, the same sight had greeted him. He'd had a call from the friend of one of his college classmates. Mr. Tiwari was looking for someone to take the place of the math teacher, who had died in a bicycle accident. Ramchandra's elation at getting the phone call, which signaled that he might rise to a full-time position, was crushed when he went to the school the next day. In the narrow muddy alley where it stood, behind the Burr Hospital, piles of garbage had been dumped right in front of it. Two stray dogs, their skin covered with bruises and wounds, sniffed their way through the garbage and watched Ramchandra warily, as he stared at a faded sign on the building. It bore the school's name, in both English and Nepali, painted on the background of a lotus. The building was old and the entrance so small that even Ramchandra, who was not a tall man, had to stoop slightly to get in. After a couple of steps, he found himself in darkness and had to fumble his way through to another door. It was then that he discovered that the school was actually built around a courtyard. He heard the cacophony of voices rising from the classrooms, as children chanted their daily lessons. A boy was drinking from a tap in the middle of the courtyard. Ramchandra asked him where the office was. Mr. Tiwari, the principal, was a genial old man with tufts of white hair growing from his nose. He wore an old suit with a bright red tie. What to do, Ramchandraji? He was a very popular teacher, the students liked him. With the SLC exams so near, we badly need someone. The question on the tip of Ramchandra's tongue was, of course, about the salary, but it would have been improper to talk about money so early, and Mr. Tiwari never brought it up. He did say, well, if you want to do some side business, you know, you can ask some of the students with better off parents to come to your home for tutoring. Mr. Tiwari punctuated the sentence with a wink. It was standard practice all over the country, but lately there'd been some concern, expressed in newspaper articles, that many teachers were deliberately not teaching the required material in the classroom and then telling students that if they wanted to pass the almighty SLC, they'd have to fork out extra cash for private tutorials. Several irate parents had even formed a group and petitioned the education minister, who had nodded in sympathy and made vague noises about quality education for every child in the classroom. I understand, Ramchandra said to Mr. Tiwari, and looked out at the courtyard, where the students had congregated after the ringing of the bell. This was not his idea of a school, one whose students wore dirty, crinkled uniforms, one that had no playground with green grass, no seesaws, no swings, no slides. Some of the younger students at the moment, in fact, were stepping into a large puddle that had formed in the center of the courtyard from last night's rain. Now a small pack of people entered the room, and Ramchandra realized that this very room, with one desk and a few chairs, served not only as the principal's office but also as the staff room. Ramchandra craved tea. Goma always made perfect tea, with just the right amount of milk and sugar, boiled for a long time but not too long, and Ramchandra had gotten into the habit of drinking it every 2 hours. He'd had a cup before he left home, but now the dismal surroundings had increased his thirst. Just then a small boy, wearing a uniform much too large for him, came in, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and asked Mr. Tiwari, "Shall I bring tea, sir?" Mr. Tiwari looked at Ramchandra apologetically and said, "He's a poor farmer's son. Couldn't pay the fees, so we made this arrangement." Ramchandra probably wouldn't have felt critical if Mr. Tiwari hadn't mentioned it, but now he thought, a student is the teacher's servant? The boy was smiling at him. As if sensing Ramchandra's disapproval, one of the teachers, a dark woman with a small face, said, "He's a very smart boy. He came first in 5th grade last year," and she patted the boy on the side of his head. The boy came to attention in front of Ramchandra and asked, in a well-rehearsed voice, "Shall I bring tea for our Adarniya sir?" Adarniya. Deserving respect. Hiding his disgust, Ramchandra nodded, and the boy left, bounding out the door into the courtyard. Mr. Tiwari introduced Ramchandra to the coterie of teachers who had crowded into the room. The small-faced woman with sharp, hawk-like eyes was Bandana Miss, the tall, gangly man with the mustache was Gokul Sir, the surly man with a patch on his left eye was Kanal Sir, the man who didn't smile was Manandar Sir, and the nice-looking woman with the bouffant hairdo was Miss Lama, originally from Darjeeling. The boy brought in the glasses of tea, and Ramchandra, after taking a few sips, felt better. Mr. Tiwari enumerated various plans for the school, including the building of a small canteen for the students and teachers. A rich businessman was soon to make a huge donation, he said with another wink. Judging from the indifferent expressions on the other teachers' faces, Ramchandra surmised that talk of the big donation had been circulating for the past few years and would probably continue for the next few. He looked at the faces around him, the dark expressions, the taut lines, the constant shifting of eyes punctuated by vague staring into space. Yes, these people were not unlike him. They all had plans for themselves, for their small lives with their small children and their small rented flats in dark corners of the city. He felt sorry for himself, for them, for Mr. Tiwari, who was old and foolishly optimistic. And on that first day, this self-pity had, strangely, served as a salve for his disappointment at the condition of the school. Ramchandra pinched his nose and stooped as he walked beneath the sign that read Kantapur School in 2 languages. He went straight to the staff room to sign the attendance register, and there he found Bandana Miss, who had become the principal after Mr. Tiwari's death last year. She was in a good mood, which was unusual. "Ramchandra sir, come, let's have a cup of tea," she said. She signaled that he should sit down. "I have only a few minutes before class. 1 or 2 minutes late for your class. Do you think the students care?" Bandana Miss was usually strict about her teachers' punctuality, and Ramchandra wondered what was different today. She reached beneath her desk and brought out a box. "Sweets," she said, passing the laddus and barfis to him. "Here, take one." "And what's the occasion?" "My son is going to America." A boy brought in 2 glasses of tea. This boy was a poor villager from the hills, who had been hired by Bandana Miss last year after she managed to coax a local Newar businessman into donating some money to the school. Bandana Miss's aggressive personality often bothered the teachers, but they had to admit that her boldness had benefited the school. Now a swing set stood in the yard, where a long queue of students formed during recess every day. Brand new blackboards had been installed in the classrooms, and a man had been hired to fix the building's broken walls and floors. Ramchandra sipped his tea and wondered how Bandana Miss had managed to arrange a trip to America for her son, who, he had heard, was involved in drugs. As if answering an unasked question, Bandana Miss said, "I found an American family willing to sponsor him. He's going to the district of." She consulted a letter on her desk. "Nebraska. A very good university. One of the top schools in America." She rattled off the name of the university, but Ramchandra had never heard of it. Then again, he knew the names of only some of the famous ones, such as Harvard and MIT. As Bandana Miss outlined her plans for her son, Ramchandra's mind drifted to this morning. The dark closet with Malati and her baby, the albino stepmother. It all seemed unreal now, as he listened to Bandana Miss's talk of America and what her boy could accomplish there. The family is going to give him a car, and soon he'll have a television set. America is a great country. Not like our Nepal. Here, you work, and still you have nothing to show for it. There, you work hard, and you make money, and people recognize you, and soon you become very prosperous." Ramchandra finished his tea, congratulated Bandana Miss, and went to his class. Still thinking of Malati, he couldn't focus on his teaching. Not that his teaching needed much focus. The classes he taught were easy, and the same textbooks were used every year. In fact, the textbooks he was using had been prescribed years ago, at the time of the first education reform in the country, and they hadn't changed since then. A couple of times, especially during his first year at Kantapur school, Ramchandra had appealed to the principal. He brought in copies of new textbooks from the Tribhuvan University Library, books that had innovative styles of learning. But Mr. Tiwari had smiled his genial smile and said, "Why do you want to rock the boat, Ramchandraji? Isn't everything working out okay? Aren't the students learning what they need to pass the SLC? Besides, this is the textbook prescribed by the government, and what if students begin to fail with your textbooks?" Ramchandra hadn't argued with him, but he had talked to other teachers, and they'd also shown an apathy that, he soon discovered, seeped through the floors of the classrooms. So Ramchandra gave up trying to change the textbooks and, instead, focused on teaching his tutees well, so that his private students started to acquire high marks in the SLC, and his reputation as a good math tutor grew. That evening, Ramchandra's in-laws came for a visit. Usually, they were reluctant to visit the small flat. The cramped quarters, the filthy courtyard, and the long flight of stairs up to the third floor annoyed them. They expected Ramchandra and Goma, with the children, to visit their palatial house, an expectation that irked Ramchandra, because his in-laws didn't treat their other son-in-law, Nalini's husband, Harish, the same way. Harish was a distributing agent for half a dozen big-name international companies. When it came to Nalini and Harish, Goma's parents concocted all kinds of excuses to visit them in their beautiful Chinese brick house with the large enclosed porch near Jawalakal. In fact, They spent so much time in Nalini's home that, during one family gathering, Harish had confided to Ramchandra that he wished they'd leave him and Nalini alone for a while. Just because we're family doesn't mean they have to bother us every week, no, Ramchandra. Ramchandra had smiled. Two sons-in-law, two opposite problems. Ramchandra would trade places with Harish any day, but of course he wouldn't say so to Harish, who was well aware of the treatment Ramchandra received from his in-laws. During gatherings when Harish was present, Goma's parents doted on him, Mrs. Pandey constantly plying him with food and drink, Mr. Pandey scolding his wife for not catering to Harish properly, while Ramchandra sat in the same room, ignored. Harish was a tall man with pale skin and a mustache. His business life kept him so busy that often when he appeared at a family event, he was still wearing his suit. He was in his early 30s, a few years younger than Ramchandra, and there was a boyish quality to his appearance and demeanor. He never boasted about his success in business, which was growing exponentially every year, and whenever his in-laws praised him about it, he'd quickly change the subject. Perhaps he did so, Ramchandra hoped, because he didn't like the way Goma's parents used his success as a way to criticize Ramchandra. Harish had attended well-reputed schools in Darjeeling and New Delhi, so he spoke English with ease and fluency, which delighted Mrs. Pandey, who, despite her less than adequate skills in the language, often attempted to speak it to Harish. Harish obviously felt uncomfortable doing so, because whenever she spoke to him in English, he'd respond in Nepali. That way, the whole conversation turned comical, although, of course, no one laughed. "You great son-in-law Sahib," Mrs. Pandey would say. "You success business. What you think?" Harish would nod and smile, flushing slightly, and then turn to Nalini and change the subject. Or Mrs. Pandey would say, "You like dal and roti combination." And Harish would respond in Nepali that he actually preferred a combination of roti and tarkari, and didn't like the way the roti became soggy in the soupy dal. "Special," Mrs. Pandey would persist, "dal good." And she would search her mind to find the English word for mung, until finally Mr. Pandey would scold her, saying that she was harassing her Chwain. Sanu and Rakesh loved their grandparents, Rakesh more than Sanu because they doted on him more. Today it was Rakesh who alerted his parents of his grandparents' arrival. Mrs. Pandey would always announce their arrival from the courtyard, as if she were afraid she might catch someone in the act of undressing. "Grandmother's here," Rakesh shouted and dashed down the stairs. Goma went to the window with an expectant face, and Ramchandra, as he reluctantly joined Goma, saw the tail end of a sari in the downstairs doorway. "This is a bit unusual," he muttered, and Goma's eyes pleaded with him, "Deal with it the best way you can." "There's nothing in the house to eat," she exclaimed, and she ran to get Sanu to fetch sweets from the neighborhood shops. Ramchandra stood at the top of the staircase, knowing he'd have to grit his teeth for the next couple of hours. Goma's mother was a small woman with a round face, and yes, Ramchandra admitted, deceptively kind eyes. They shone in merriment when she was with her grandchildren, especially with Rakesh, about whom she often said, "My only grandson. He'll carry our family name." Her eyes also became moist at Goma's lack of comfort. "I'm too old for this," she said as she reached the top of the stairs, her husband a few steps behind, and then did a prim namaste to her son-in-law. "Son-in-law, you never come to visit us, so we thought enough was enough and decided to come here." Ramchandra laughed, and made some noises about advance warning for a proper welcome. "But how would I let you know?" Mrs. Pandey said, raising her eyebrows. "You don't have a phone." Ramchandra's application for a telephone had been languishing in the telecommunications department for 4 years now, and the folks there had hinted that if he were willing to be generous with about 5,000 rupees, the application would be approved soon. He'd balked, swearing he'd rather do without a telephone than feed the mouths of corrupt officials, and he made arrangements with the bicycle shop, right outside the entrance of the courtyard, to receive his calls. That's where the job offer from Mr. Tiwari had come, and sometimes Ashok called there with his excuses. Mr. Pandey, who now walked with a cane, was a thin man with a triangular face that bore a much sterner look than his wife's. His grandfather had been a close advisor to the Ranas, who, during their century-long autocratic rule, had stripped the country of its wealth. The family relationship with the Ranas had apparently imbued in Mr. Pandey a sense of entitlement, and he carried himself with his head erect, his eyes scanning for misbehavior to punish. Those eyes turned narrower and more critical whenever they fell upon Ramchandra. And today, when Mr. Pandey reached the top of the stairs, gaily aided by Rakesh, who pushed him from behind, he looked at Ramchandra with a noticeable degree of unhappiness, as if this were not a sight he deserved at the end of his journey. The in-laws, once seated in the bedroom, again looked around, as if they were in the waiting area of a stark building where their daughter was imprisoned. "Rakesh, bring me a glass of water," Mrs. Pandey commanded, and Rakesh bounded toward the kitchen. Goma handed Sanu money to go fetch some sweets and sugar from the shops. Ramchandra eyed the money, 50 rupees. Goma said that her parents should have let her know about their visit, but Mr. Pandey said, "You mean we have to send a messenger before we come to our daughter's house?" "Daughter's flat," Mrs. Pandey commented. She found a packet of expensive-looking chocolate in her bag and gave it to Rakesh, who'd brought her water. "Share it with your sister." After Goma went to the kitchen to make tea, Mr. Pandey said, "So, son-in-law, how is your school?" "It's going well," Ramchandra replied. He was seated on the floor, as Mr. and Mrs. Pandey had taken up the bed. Rakesh was studying the chocolate wrapper. "How many teas do you have these days?" "2 in the morning." He'd had an evening tea a few weeks ago, but after a couple of sessions the student stopped coming, because Ramchandra told him that he couldn't continue unless he paid in advance. Mrs. Pandey sighed, then looked around the bedroom and up at the ceiling, where some of the plaster was coming off. Ramchandra avoided her eyes. "And how are you too? Our lives have become very passive," Mr. Pandey said. "Nothing to do all day. We've been thinking about walking every evening, and thought we'd give it a start today by walking over here. But your mother-in-law here couldn't do it, so we came by car." The Pandeys owned a sleek red Honda. "We should call the driver in for tea," Ramchandra said. "Forget it," Mrs. Pandey said, and looked around the room again, as if to imply that even her driver wouldn't want to enter a dump like this. "Did you hear of the agitation today? What do you think?" Mr. Pandey asked. The afternoon newspapers, which Ramchandra had read during tea break at school, reported that an angry mob in the city of Biratnagar had burned 2 buses and hurled stones at the police, who had fired tear gas, then real bullets, killing 2 people. One newspaper had run a scathing criticism of the government for the shootings, and talk reverberated through the city that the editor of the newspaper would be whisked away to an unknown destination. The word buzzing through the city was "Khatam finished or stopped or gone," and after a while it acquired a special currency, rolling off citizens' tongues like a mantra. The country's situation is Khatam. The Prime Minister, appointed by the King, is Khatam. The pothole-filled, accident-prone roads are always Khatam. The King, with his English education and his royal sideburns, is Mahakhatam, super gone. "What can I say?" Ramchandra said. He didn't want to get into a political discussion with his father-in-law, who was not interested in anyone else's opinions, let alone those of his failure of a son-in-law. Clearly, he was asking only to make conversation. Even more infuriating, Mr. Pandey's allegiance was unflinching. He lambasted any inkling of rebellion and constantly praised King Mahendra, the now-deceased father not only of the current king but also of the strict one-party system. What most annoyed Ramchandra was Mr. Pandey's unwavering praise of the Ranas, tyrants who had amassed an obscene amount of wealth in their ridiculous English-style palaces while the rest of their countrymen wore tattered clothes. It was one of these Rana palaces that Mr. Pandey had inherited from his grandfather. Pandey Palace, as the family called it, the alliteration rolling off their tongues with pride, was a 4-story, old, but frequently renovated structure in Batbatani. Its broad balcony afforded a pleasant view of the neighborhood, and its large lawn in front was dotted with marble statues. That the Ranas had hoarded the country's wealth while its citizens struggled to feed their families hardly entered Mr. Pandey's awareness. But it was never sufficient for Ramchandra to think that Mr. Pandey realized his complicity in enjoying the wealth his grandfather had hoarded. "These people," Mr. Pandey said, "they don't know what they're doing." Ramchandra remained quiet. "They think Western-style politics have all the answers. But mark my word, son-in-law, this is the best system for Nepal. Maybe. 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 That's all you can say. I mean, let me tell you, I have hobnobbed with some of the most powerful people in the country. Then he started to reel off the usual names of those he'd known during his Rana days and after, and the government bureaucrats and statesmen he could still call on whenever he needed something. Listening to Mr. Pandey, Ramchandra couldn't help going over the reasons his in-laws considered him such a failure. He'd never made the career leap they'd expected when they joined their daughter's hand with his. After graduating, he floundered from one part-time teaching job to another, discovering competitors who were brighter than he was, or those, less bright, who had powerful uncles or cousins or in-laws to pull the strings. Time after time, Ramchandra watched helplessly as a job he thought was within reach slipped away to someone not half as qualified as he was. Occasionally, Mr. Pandey had offered to help, but Ramchandra's pride had stepped in, and he'd told his father-in-law that he'd find something through his own merit. His relatives and friends had expected him to teach at a well-known school, perhaps St. Xavier's, which was run by white priests, or the Buddhanilkantha school, nestled in the northern outskirts of the city and famous for its innovative curriculum. He'd run into teachers who taught at these English boarding schools, and they always seemed well-dressed and content. He could imagine them living in nice brick houses with television antennas on the roofs or miniature pagodas dedicated to Lord Ganesh or even Goddess Lakshmi, who could, if pleased, play with the direction of the winds so that more wealth would flow into the houses. But his applications were rejected by both schools, and ultimately he'd had to accept his status as a part-timer, someone who was only temporary at the Banabhakta school. Sometimes he found himself repeating the word asthai, until the sensation of impermanence, of something fleeting and flimsy, became part of his image of himself, as if at his birth the gods had decided to stamp his forehead with a warning to those around him temporary. And then a few years ago, he'd found his present job, at the financially strapped Kantapur school, housed in a crumbling building in an alley where stray dogs quarreled and garbage accumulated. His monthly check of 990 rupees was only slightly better than what he'd made when he rushed from one school to the next, often sweating in crowded buses, across the city. But it was permanent, and now he was full-time, and this realization occasionally lifted his spirits like a sharp rejuvenating breath. He'd thought his full-time, permanent status would change his in-laws' minds, that they'd begin to see him as a full-time, permanent son-in-law. But Goma's parents had quickly shifted their focus. "You must build a house, Ramchandra Babu," they said to him at family gatherings. "Without a house of one's own in the city, it doesn't matter what you do." When Ramchandra told them it took time to build a house in Kathmandu, they shook their heads contemptuously. "Of course it takes time," Goma's father said. "But unless you start thinking about it now, how will it ever be completed? Besides, something can always be arranged to get started." Ramchandra knew what he was hinting at. The Pandeys had suggested several times that they would lend the necessary money for Ramchandra to get started on a house. They'd never approached him directly with this offer, they channeled it through Goma, who passed it on to her husband and then kept silent when Ramchandra adamantly rejected it. He would not, he said, be beholden to anyone, especially to his in-laws, but he didn't say that to Goma. After all, who knew how long it would take him to repay the loan, and it would lie on his tired shoulders like a heavy stone for the rest of his life. Whenever the Pandys brought up the subject, Ramchandra turned to Goma for support, but Goma, despite her complete agreement with Ramchandra in the privacy of their bedroom, preferred not to argue with her parents. Once, when Goma was putting the newborn Sanu to bed, Ramchandra asked her, "Why didn't you say something? Perhaps if you had, they'd stop this constant criticism. We're lucky I have a full-time position now. Why don't they understand?" And Goma responded, with a guilty look, I know. Please, I'll say something the next time, I promise." He knew she never would, so each time he'd nod with a bitter sense of understanding. He also knew that Goma's parents would never stop their criticism of him, even if he built a grand 4-story house and taught at Tribhuvan University. "Are you unhappy with me?" he'd once asked Goma. "Tell me, frankly. Are you, having come from a big house and now living in this dump, are you unhappy with me? Just because my parents say those things to you, don't you say them to me," she answered. "I am not that kind of a woman. Whatever you provide, I'll be happy." And she'd meant what she'd said, because in the years that followed, she never complained about having to count paisa during festivals, about the difficulty of paying tuition for their children's school, or about wearing the same sari to several weddings because they couldn't afford a new one. A year before he started teaching at Kantapur school, when his mother was still alive and it became obvious to Ramchandra that his in-laws' expectations of him would be a constant irritation, he'd asked his mother, with bitterness, why she thought Goma's hand had been given to him in marriage. The parents could easily have married her to someone with more money. Maybe she was not a virgin, his mother abruptly said. Maybe she slept around with other men, and her father was afraid no one would marry her. Ramchandra tried not to flush with embarrassment. In her old age his mother sometimes spoke her mind without regard to propriety. Ramchandra knew Goma had been a virgin the first time they made love, but he had wondered whether her parents were avoiding some sort of scandal by marrying her off to a poor student. Ramchandra's suspicions about Goma's past surfaced again one evening during a gathering at Pandi Palace. Throughout dinner, Ramchandra had been subjected relentlessly to innuendos by his father-in-law in the presence of all the relatives, and as the evening progressed, a dark cloud formed in Ramchandra's mind. Then, when Goma was in the kitchen, Mrs. Pandey brought out barfis. She served everyone, starting with Harish, until it was time to offer a piece to Ramchandra and there was none left. "So foolish of me," Mrs. Pandey said. "I should have bought more." Treating the senior son-in-law like that was bad enough. Ramchandra was staring at the floor in shame, but what Mrs. Pandey said next made him feel he was burning. "But what does it matter, son-in-law? This penchant for sweets is a matter of habit, after all. When one is not used to eating them, then one doesn't miss them. As soon as Ramchandra and Goma stepped out of Pandi Palace, he blurted out to his wife what had been on his mind, that her rich parents had wedded her to him because of some past scandal, that perhaps she'd had a lover, or several lovers. Dumbfounded, Goma gasped, and then started to cry, on the street, while she held little Sanu on her hip. Immediately Ramchandra regretted his accusation. She'd given no indication of a past or present lover. He'd discovered no secret notes under her clothes in the cupboard, no suspicious letters had been delivered by the postman, he'd seen no faraway look in her eyes, the kind he imagined women with lovers would have. He tried to console her, saying that he was sorry. And she replied, "I am a Hindu woman. I am not that kind." Now, in Ramchandra's flat, Mrs. Pandey said, "Politics, politics," looking at her husband fondly as he droned on about the power-wielding people he knew. "This son-in-law knows nothing about politics," she said as if Ramchandra weren't present. "I wish Harish Babu were here. He knows some politicians in the city." Goma, who had just entered the room with a tray of tea and sweets, caught the tail end of the conversation. Ramchandra had leaned his head against the wall and almost closed his eyes. He wanted Goma to say something to her mother, but, as usual, she didn't. She merely looked at him guiltily, then set the tray on the floor. Rakesh reached for a barfi, and Goma scolded him, saying he must wait for his grandparents to start eating. Sanu peeked in through the door. "Grandmother, did you bring me the jewelry you promised?" Mrs. Pandey had forgotten. Apparently, she had promised her granddaughter 2 of her very old silver necklaces, once worn by women in Rana palaces. She apologized to Sanu, who asked, "And what did you give Rakesh?" Then it was discovered that the entire bar of chocolate was sitting in Rakesh's stomach, and a ruckus ensued. Sanu accused her grandparents of playing favorites with their grandson. "I know why you like him and you hate me," Sanu said to her grandparents through her tears. "It's because he's a son, isn't it?" Mr. Pandey, staring at Sanu, let his mouth hang open. His mind was probably stuck on some important government official in the Home Ministry. Mrs. Pandey attempted to mollify Sanu, saying of course she didn't favor one over the other, that both of them were very important to her. But when she reached to put her arm around Sanu, the girl pushed it away and said, "You think I don't know you too? You think you are such big shots, sitting in that grand house over there? And you treat BA as if he were a dog. He's my father." Sanu's outburst left everyone stunned. Ramchandra had never realized that his daughter was pained by the grandparents' behavior toward him. "Sanu, what nonsense are you uttering?" Goma exclaimed. "And you," Sanu said to her mother. "You are frightened like a soaked cat in front of your parents." She stormed off to her room, banging the door behind her. "What's come over her?" Ramchandra said. "I don't know where she gets these ideas," Goma said. Mr. and Mrs. Pandy stared at the sweets and the tea, then Mr. Pandy said, to his wife, in a loud voice, "Why didn't you bring the jewelry you promised? Why raise a young girl's expectations like that?" "I forgot," Mrs. Pandy said. "I can't be expected to remember everything." "Don't worry about it," Gomez said. "That girl has become very big-headed." "Why did Diddy call Ba a dog?" Rakesh asked. "Be quiet," Gomez said, ruffling her son's hair. "Why didn't you save some chocolate for your sister? Then none of this would have happened." "Do you think our Ba is a dog, Grandma?" Rakesh asked. Before Mrs. Pandy could answer, Gomez said, "Okay, enough. Go outside and play," and she ushered Rakesh out the door. For a while the four sipped their tea in silence. No one reached for the sweets, although Ramchandra was tempted to. He was feeling a perverse kind of glee. His daughter had told the Pandys what they needed to hear. "All of this will come to no good," Mr. Pandy finally said, then grabbed a piece of barfi and scrutinized it. Everyone looked at him expectantly, for what he'd say next. "People are going to die for no reason. We need the king." "I don't know what's happening," Gomez said, apparently relieved that the conversation had shifted elsewhere. "I don't understand why people are so upset." "People are fools," Mr. Pandy said. "I don't think they are fools," Ramchandra said. "There's much wrong with the panchayat system." He was pleased by his boldness. Mr. Pandy popped the barfi into his mouth and said, "It's the best system we have." "How can it be the best system if so many people are unhappy?" Ramchandra thought he was going to be challenged, but he was wrong. Apparently Sanu's outburst had mellowed Mr. Pandy. He chewed his barfi contentedly. The talk gradually turned to other matters, and the closed door to the children's room was the only reminder of what had taken place. Because of the houses surrounding the courtyard, they could not see the sun go down, but they knew of its descent, behind the mountains to the west, as everything inside gradually turned gray, and a film of dust could be seen in the twilight, rising and falling, swirling in the air, fogging their view of one another, until Goma got up and turned on the light. Rakesh, his stomach filled with chocolate, had fallen asleep on the floor. The Pandys decided it was time to leave, and Mrs. Pandy indicated she had something to say to her daughter in private. She urged the men to go downstairs. "It'll take only a minute." Ramchandra never liked it when, at family gatherings, Mrs. Pandy took Goma aside and whispered in her ear. When they were together like that, with the mother's mouth close to her daughter's ear, a strange expression came over Goma's face, as if she and her mother were in collusion, perhaps against him. He knew this was not true, but the way Goma looked, like a little girl sharing a secret with her childhood friend, made him feel he was an outsider. He never asked what her mother had whispered to her, but sometimes late at night, when they were alone, Goma would say, "Mother was saying," and it usually turned out to be gossip about a relative or some concern of Mrs. Pandey about the health of her husband, who had bladder and stomach problems. "Does she ever say anything about me?" Ramchandra had once asked, and Goma had said, "Nothing, she wouldn't tell you to your face." Somehow Ramchandra hadn't believed her, and now, as he walked down the stairs with his father-in-law, he was almost certain that Mrs. Pandey was going to say something about him to her daughter, something that had to do with buying a house, perhaps suggesting that they take a loan. He watched the back of his father-in-law's head, the wisps of hair on his scalp. Downstairs, Mr. Pandey pulled his shawl tighter around him and said, "Son-in-law, it's time to start taking things seriously." Across the courtyard, a silhouette appeared in one of the windows. It was Mr. Sharma, who worked in the government's insurance department. To distract his father-in-law, Ramchandra called out to his neighbor, "It's a cold evening, isn't it, Mr. Sharma?" Mr. Sharma waved back, but didn't say anything. "Things cannot remain this way forever," Mr. Pandey said. "Look at this." He waved his hand toward the courtyard and the surrounding old houses. "Is this a decent place to live?" Ramchandra cocked an ear toward the door for the sound of footsteps on the staircase. Mr. Pandey sighed deeply and said, "A nice little house in Kathmandu, doesn't need to be big. 2 rooms should be enough." "In a few years," Ramchandra said. Across the courtyard, Mr. Sharma appeared to be listening intently to their conversation. "In a few years, in a few years. That kind of talk has been going on for too long. But one has to understand that mere talking about it doesn't produce a house. One needs money." Mr. Pandey shook his head, as if money were an inconsequential factor. "One doesn't need that much. Besides, if one wants to, one can always acquire some money." Ramchandra was thinking of what to say in reply when, at last, he heard the sounds on the staircase. Goma and her mother emerged, laughing. Sanu didn't come out of her room for dinner, despite repeated calls, so Ramchandra went to her. She was seated on the bed, reading a book, and she didn't look up. "Daughter, come to the kitchen. Food is getting cold." She said she wasn't hungry. Ramchandra went over and sat down beside her. "Are you still angry?" Sanu shook her head. "Then why this sullen face?" Like he searched for a comical comparison, a monkey who has just lost her coconut to a donkey. Sanu didn't crack a smile. "Come on, let's eat." "Why doesn't mother ever say anything?" "They don't mean it in a bad way. They treat Uncle Harish differently. They don't mean to. Does living in this flat make us small people?" "I don't think so." "Do you think so?" She shook her head. "I don't think you become small or big by where you live. But I know that some of my friends at school laugh when they see my house. Their laughter cannot harm us. When do you think we'll be able to build a house of our own?" "I don't know, Sanu." He took her hand and played with her fingers. It might be a long time. How long? I don't know. Maybe years. Will no husband want me because I live in a house like this? Who told you that? Why wouldn't anyone want my pretty daughter? She smiled. Why are you worried about a husband? First, you have to study, go to a good college. I'm going to be a doctor. What kind of doctor? I am going to be an animal doctor. A veterinarian. She fumbled with the word and Ramchandra laughed. Come, right now let's go and treat our stomachs. They're sick, and the only cure is dal bhat. He took her hand and led her to the kitchen. The kitchen, the smallest room in the house, had a window that overlooked the courtyard, and from it Ramchandra saw Mr. Sharma's shadow at his window. Rakesh was already eating, and Goma served dal bhat to Sanu and Ramchandra. The vegetable this evening was cauliflower, which they didn't have often, because it was expensive. He asked Goma why she'd bought it, and she replied that her mother had brought her 2 heads from the garden at Pandi Palace. The Pandis had a gardener who took excellent care of the vegetables and the flowers. After he heard this, Ramchandra didn't ask for more cauliflower, even though it was delicious. Seated on the wooden perkas on the floor, the family ate quietly. Then Goma said to Sanu, "And what came over you this evening? Why did you speak to your grandparents that way?" Sanu didn't respond, and Ramchandra signaled Goma to be quiet. In the silence that ensued, they could hear one another chewing. "This girl," Goma said. "She thinks she has become big." Sanu was playing with the rice on her plate, her face dark. "I want my children to have respect for their elders," Goma continued. "Respect," Ramchandra said. "Maybe the elders should also learn the meaning of that word." Rakesh, who had finished eating, was watching his parents attentively. "And why aren't you eating?" Goma asked Sanu. "Not hungry anymore," she mumbled. "You can't let that go to waste. Do you know how hard your father works to feed you?" "Okay, enough," Ramchandra said. "No more on this subject." And he coaxed Sanu to eat. She very reluctantly lifted her rice-filled fingers to her mouth. Later, as Ramchandra and Goma were getting ready for bed, he told her, "Don't speak to her that way. She's very sensitive these days." "I am afraid she's getting out of control," Goma said. "The other day she argued with me about a dress that I didn't want her to wear." "What was wrong with it?" "It was too tight in the chest. And you know, she is getting bigger. She has a mind of her own. Too much mind of her own will make life difficult for her. She has to get married one day." Ramchandra thought of Malati, who had brought a child into this world at such an early age, and he knew Goma was right. These days even girls from good families got themselves into trouble. "She'll be fine," he told Goma. "She is doing well at school. She likes to study." Says she wants to be a doctor. That's good. He asked her what Mrs. Pandy had whispered into her ear that evening. Oh, nothing. He placed his hand on her shoulder. Am I such an outsider that you can't tell me? Mother was talking about a girl from Kitwan. Her parents are very poor, and they want her to work as a servant here in the city. My sister can arrange to bring her here. We can't afford a servant. I know we can't afford one, but lately I've been very tired. All the cooking, the children. Their lack of a servant was another of the in-laws' issues. My daughter is slaving away in your house, son-in-law, Goma's mother had remarked a few times. How about someone just to help with the cooking and the laundry? They'd even offered to send their own servant to help, but Ramchandra had refused. Now he wondered whether Goma had talked to her mother again about this. He studied her face. She did look tired, but, then, she usually looked this way after a visit from her parents. How much do they want? I can negotiate for 100 rupees a month. And she can wear Sanu's old clothes. She's only 11 years old. Let's think about this carefully, he said. If we hire someone, that means even less money in savings. As it is, with Dasane this month we won't be able to set anything aside. He was about to ask why she had offered them sweets this evening, but he remembered the money he'd spent that morning, and kept quiet. As he was about to fall asleep, he thought again of Malati, and for a brief moment, he entertained the notion of employing her as a servant. That way, she would get out of her stepmother's clutches, and he could tutor her more. But on second thought, the idea seemed ridiculous. Malati would probably balk at the idea of working as a servant in anyone's house, and, in fact, the idea made him uneasy. It was as if he were contemplating bringing home a second wife. He pushed the thought aside and concentrated on one of his beautiful vistas. This time he was on a mountain peak, the sun was rising, and snow glittered on the slopes all around. The sun cast an orange hue over everything. 3. When Ramchandra went to the latrine in the courtyard the next morning, with a pitcher of water and a towel, he found it occupied. Mr. Sharma was inside, judging from the grunts and groans emanating from behind the closed wooden door. He was a small man with a goatee. His wife had died a few years earlier, and he now spent most of his time reading religious tracts. Ramchandra glanced at his watch. He had woken up half an hour late this morning. He usually liked to get up by 6 so that he could have some time in the latrine before the other occupants of the courtyard came down. On numerous occasions Ramchandra had talked to the landlord about constructing bathrooms inside the houses, but the landlord had told him the rent would then go up by 100 rupees. That silenced Ramchandra. One time, when Sanu was in the latrine, some of the neighborhood boys had pried open the latch and teased her while she tried to cover herself. She had cried the whole day, and Ramchandra had walked the streets, with a belt in hand, searching for the boys. He didn't find them, but he quarreled with the parents of one, and then went straight to the landlord, who lived 2 houses down the street. The landlord had dismissed his complaint, saying that the problem was with the latch, not the latrine, and he'd promised to install a sturdy latch that couldn't be opened from the outside. It had taken him a whole month to do that, and until it was installed, Ramchandra stood guard outside, with Rakesh beside him, every time Sanu needed the latrine. The structure was old and had tiny holes in the roof, so when it rained hard, water dripped on the occupant's head. Mr. Sharma emerged after a full 20 minutes. "Oh, didn't know you were here, Ramchandraji. Would have come out earlier." "That's all right," Ramchandra said and went in, with his pitcher. The stench was unbearable, and Ramchandra had to leave instantly. Resisting the urge to pinch his nose, he said, "Needs some air." After a couple of minutes, Ramchandra entered again, and when he came out, Mr. Sharma had already started his bath at the tap. The city water flowed in abundance in this neighborhood, even though it was scarce in most parts of the city. Sometimes women from the neighborhood came to the courtyard to fill their gagro, because their own taps were dry. This had led to confrontations, the residents claiming that if the women used the tap too frequently, it would soon run dry, and the women asserting that decency demanded the insiders to grant their neighbors access to this water, which, in its ethereal form, belonged to no one. The shouts and screams and back and forth accusations had annoyed Ramchandra, and he finally came up with a compromise. He and his fellow residents would allow in 2 neighborhood families every day, and it was up to them to make the arrangements. So far, this had worked pretty well. No one had yet come this morning, but they would soon, and Ramchandra wanted to finish bathing before the courtyard became crowded. "That student of yours, how old is she?" Mr. Sharma said, applying soap to his armpits. 20. 21. She's pretty. Ramchandra was pouring water over his back, and it took him a moment to realize that Mr. Sharma was talking about Malati. "I don't notice such things, Sharmaji," Ramchandra said. "Perhaps for a widower like you, they are important. For me, what's important is that I earn some income, and that the students pass the S.L.C. Mr. Sharma laughed. "I was just making conversation, Ramchandraji. She is attractive. Only an observation." Ramchandra grabbed his towel and said, "It must be hard for you, Sharmaji. All these years without your life partner." He started rubbing his back vigorously so that the heat from the friction would ward off the cold. He couldn't keep his teeth from chattering, whereas Mr. Sharma, whose head had just emerged from under the tap, seemed unaffected by the cold. Mr. Sharma said, "It's not hard at all. It's all a matter of willpower. Self-control. It's a question of bringing your mind to focus on something and exerting all your energy to bear upon it." He went on to recite some lines from the Vedas to illustrate his point, and Ramchandra's mind wandered toward Malati. He imagined her in the small chicken-feathered house in Tangle, in that cramped kitchen, frying potatoes while holding the baby in her arm, the baby's nostrils running with mucus, Melodi's stepmother on the floor, sifting a pile of rice through her fingers to filter out pebbles and then tossing the pebbles behind her, to be swept up later. With his towel, Ramchandra rubbed his belly and his crotch, and looked at Mr. Sharma, who, having realized that he'd lost his audience, was humming a song. The sacred thread he wore around his chest, a sign of his orthodox Brahmanism, was shriveled, and Ramchandra couldn't help noticing, as he did every morning, the bulge in Mr. Sharma's underwear, unfazed by the cold it had just endured. To tell you the truth, Ramchandraji, Mr. Sharma said, his tone one of camaraderie and cunning, sometimes it's hard. This life of celibacy. Ramchandra was in no mood to hear his neighbor's confessions. Mr. Sharma looked up at the sky. Ever since my wife died, it's been a struggle. Sometimes I think I'll go mad. If I were in your position, with pretty young girls sitting next to me every day, I don't know what I'd do. Why don't you get married again? That's not it, Mr. Sharma said. I don't want a new wife. My departed wife's memory would not allow me to have someone else permanently in the house. It's just that my body sometimes, and even the thought aroused him, for suddenly the bulge in his underwear stirred, and Ramchandra quickly excused himself and went upstairs. Mr. Sharma had unsettled him, and he wondered whether it was a good idea for him to see Melody every day. But he'd already made the offer, and he'd even told Goma about it, told her that he felt sorry for the girl and had agreed to tutor her more for the same price. Goma hadn't questioned him. Poor girl, she'd said. You're doing the right thing. Ramchandra combed his hair in the bedroom and went downstairs to the bicycle shop to call Ashok and ask him to come to his session an hour later from now on. Ashok didn't like the idea, and Ramchandra said, I'm trying to solve a problem here, Ashok. I hope you understand. It's not that girl, is it, sir? Ashok asked. What girl? That girl you called Monkey. No, no. Strange girl. Nice looking, though. Ashok was in one of his playful moods. So, is it okay? Do I get a discount? For what? For doing you this favor. No. Ramchandra went back up to his bedroom, and he and Goma sat on the bed and drank their morning tea. Sanu and Rakesh had gone downstairs to brush their teeth and bathe. What are you thinking? Goma asked. Your mind seems far away. Ramchandra looked at her sheepishly. I was thinking about that girl. Looks as if she's had a hard life. He told her about the baby. Goma shook her head. That's not good. A young girl, having a baby without a husband. She doesn't look that kind. I don't think she is that kind. Well, don't worry about her too much. Do what you can. Malati arrived for her tutoring session a short while after the children had left for school. She was wearing the same worn-out red kurta surawal she'd worn the first time she came, but today she looked troubled. "What's the matter?" Ramchandra asked as she sat down. "Is everything all right?" She nodded and opened her textbook. It was obvious that her mind was not on the math problems, because she chewed on her pencil and wrote slowly. When he explained the formula for compound interest, she didn't even nod with understanding, she merely kept her head lowered. After a while, Ramchandra gave her some problems to solve and left the room, saying he'd be back in a while. He went to the kitchen and drank some water. Goma had gone to the market to buy vegetables. Suddenly Ramchandra felt an urge for more tea, so he set the water to boil and looked out the window as he waited. Mr. Sharma was seated by his window, chanting, and his voice rang out clearly into the courtyard. Only after Ramchandra had poured milk and sugar into the boiling water did he realize that he should have made a glass for Malati, too. But, not wanting to wait for more water to boil, he poured himself the tea and was about to head back to the room when he saw Malati in the doorway. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Sir, I need to be excused today. I can't do the problems." "Why?" "I don't know. I can't concentrate." "Here, I made some tea for you. Maybe this will help." She gave him a wan smile. "I've already had my tea." Nonetheless, he handed her the glass, which she took reluctantly. "Who's singing?" He motioned her over to the window and pointed toward Mr. Sharma. Since the kitchen window was small, they had to stand close together to watch, and her shoulder touched his. "What is he chanting?" Ramchandra shrugged, his breath caught in his throat. He saw that her eyes had a faraway look, and creases marked her forehead. He put his arm around her and drew her close. "What's bothering you?" She stiffened, only momentarily, and placed her head on his shoulder. "Nothing is bothering me," she said in a small voice. They stood like that for a while. He could smell the baby on her. He looked down at her face again, resting on his shoulder. The glass of tea was still in her hand, and her eyes were closed. He kissed the top of her head, then her forehead. He took the glass from her hand, placed it on the windowsill, and raised her face. Her eyes were still closed, but the creases on her forehead were gone. He kissed her lightly on the lips, and said, "Come, let's solve those problems." She shook her head and said she couldn't. "Look at me," he said. She opened her eyes. "You have to make yourself strong," he told her. "I'm tired," she said. "I'm tired, too. But I go on. You have people who love you. You have a daughter." She looked toward the window again. "His voice is good," she said. "Yes, he sings like this every morning. I have to go." She slipped out of his embrace and, as he followed her, walked to the bedroom. There, She picked up her books, smoothed her hair with her hand, and said, "I promise I will put my mind to it next time. Everything will be all right. You will pass the S.L.C." He watched her go down the stairs and then went to the kitchen window so that he could see her leave the courtyard. Mr. Sharma briefly stopped his chanting to observe her. Goma came home about 15 minutes later and, noticing that Malati was gone, asked him what had happened. "She had a headache," Ramchandra said. Goma went to the kitchen to prepare the morning meal. Ashok arrived soon afterward and sat down with Ramchandra. "So, are you still tutoring Malati?" he asked. "Yes." "Has she improved any?" "No." "Do you think she'll pass the S.L.C?" "How do I know, Ashok? I don't guarantee passing or failing. But you have such a good reputation. It'd be a shame if she failed. Why don't you focus on your own exam? You think it's guaranteed that you'll pass?" Ashok grinned. "Sir, what do you think? Don't you think I will? Mere passing is not enough. You need to get good grades. I need to pass only because my father says so. He wants me to go to college before I take over the business. Not everyone has that luxury. Sir, why don't you start a business? I could help you. This teaching will get you nowhere. But you could be rich in a short time." "Becoming rich is not my ambition," Ramchandra said. After Ashok left, Goma and Ramchandra ate in the kitchen. Ramchandra could eat only half of his serving. He pushed the plate aside and said, "Save this for me. I'll have it for dinner. But you'll have no energy during the day. I just don't feel like eating." He washed his hands and mouth, got dressed, and headed for school. He thought of Malati all day while he taught, while he took his tea break, while he rushed a student, who'd cut his finger when playing, to bandana miss, while he watched her take out a first aid kit and apply iodine and a bandage to the boy's hand. He thought of Malati as he walked home, the late afternoon traffic humming around him. He thought of her when, in Ratna Park, he saw girls her age from Padma Kanya College, wearing their saffron saris, walking along, laughter etched around their lips. He thought of her when he saw a beggar woman holding a baby in her lap, her hands stretched out for the coins people might throw in her direction. And he thought of Goma, and the moment his mother had first shown him Goma's picture. He remembered feeling a faint tremor of excitement. She was a bit on the chubby side, but, with her large eyes, she seemed to be someone he could cuddle up to under a blanket on cold nights, someone whose belly he could caress, someone he could hold hands with and eat fritters from roadside stalls. In old age, after their children had quarreled with them and produced their own families, they'd help each other with their canes, up the stairs, on the streets. If she became ill, he'd go mad, and rush to fetch the best doctors in town. All these fantasies had converged upon him right in that instant when he saw her picture. He'd said yes to his mother, and within a few months, he and Goma were married. The wedding was the first time Ramchandra got the sense that the Pandys were not happy with the union. Ramchandra had expected a grand welcome at Pandy Palace when members of the wedding entourage arrived on that rainy afternoon, but the reception consisted of half smiles, even stares. The wedding pyre was small, with only one priest, and the buffet table the guests flocked to after the ceremony had few dishes. Ramchandra did receive a large gold wedding ring from his in-laws, but when the bride's parents had to wash the feet of their son-in-law, a ritual symbolizing the godlike stature of a son-in-law, Mr. Pandy announced that it was an old ritual, one he did not want to perform. Mrs. Pandy was silent, but the distaste both of them felt for him was all over their faces. Some of Ramchandra's relatives complained, saying that not washing one's son-in-law's feet amounted to gross disrespect. A small argument broke out, and Ramchandra, worried about the way the celebration was going, raised his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Sejaraji is right, it is an outdated custom. Why should anyone wash my feet?" That evening, throughout the ride in a hired taxi from Pandy Palace to his flat with his new bride, Ramchandra sat stiffly, thinking that the daughter probably shared her parents' attitude, and that he was now condemned to a lifetime of this. After Ramchandra's mother received her new daughter-in-law, raised her bridal veil to see her face, and made the customary remarks about how beautiful she was and how she'd make a perfect daughter-in-law, Ramchandra had gone outside, saying he needed some fresh air, even though others tried to prevent him from leaving on his wedding night. He'd walked the streets, tired from all the activity of the past few days, his mind numb with anxiety about what would happen later, once the wedding party left and he and his new wife were together, alone. He returned to his flat about half an hour later, talked to some of his friends, and, after they left, entered the bedroom, where Goma sat on the bed, inspecting her fingers. She glanced up at him and quickly turned away. The gesture could have been charming, this quick turn of her head, which made her right earring glint under the light, but Ramchandra saw it as her rejection of him. He stood in the doorway and closed his eyes. When he opened them, he saw that she looked puzzled, as if she were saying, "What's keeping you?" Mustering up his courage, he took a step forward, but his eyes fell on a basket of fruit on the table. He went over to it and picked up a banana, which he brought over to her. "I don't know what time they fed you," he said, "but you must be hungry." She nodded but didn't take the banana from his hand. "Here," he said, "I'll peel it for you," and he did. "Here," and he held the naked banana close to her chin. Still, no response. He felt awkward and sad. The daughter of rich parents, she's already unhappy with my poverty. But they'd known of his financial state and still had chosen him as her groom. He tried to find another reason. Could it be that she didn't like the way he looked? He wasn't a particularly good-looking man, but, with the broad forehead and pointed nose, his face was pleasant enough, he thought. He wondered whether she'd seen a picture of him before the marriage was arranged. He was about to put the banana on the table when he saw her shoulders heave. "What's the matter?" he asked. She covered her face with her hands, trying to suppress her laughter. "What did I say?" he said, smiling. "Why are you laughing?" And then he saw himself, holding a naked banana, on his wedding night, and trying to shove it down his wife's throat. He finally put it down and, placing his hand on her shoulder, turned her toward him and tried to pull her fingers from her face. They engaged in a little struggle. "You are a joker," she mumbled softly. Soon, he was on top of her, his chest pressing against her bosom. Laughing, he picked up the banana, pried open her fingers, and pushed it into her mouth. 4. The day after he kissed Malati, Ramchandra got up before the sun rose. As he was heading out the door, Goma woke up and asked where he was going. "For a walk," he said. "At this hour?" She glanced at the clock. "It's not even 5 yet. I'm feeling restless. I'll be back within an hour." The only people on the streets were farmers, carrying their baskets. Groups of dogs loitered on the corners, yawning or sniffing one another. Ramchandra moved toward New Road and crossed the Tundi Kel field. The grass was covered with frost, and by the time he left the field on the other side, his shoes were wet. At the incline of Dili Bazaar, a faint glow lit the eastern horizon, and some of the shopkeepers, especially those who sold tea and sweets, were opening their doors. He had an urge to walk toward Tangle, knock on Malati's door, and tell her not to come to his house anymore, that he could no longer tutor her. Or perhaps crawl into bed next to her. By the time he reached Batisputali, his feet were humming. It was nearly 6, and if he were to turn back now, it would be 7 by the time he reached home, and Malati would be there. He moved toward the crossroad leading to the Pashupatinath temple. He hadn't been to the temple for months, but his anxiety over Malati told him that this was a good time to pray to Shiva. Men and women were walking down the slight slope toward the main gate. Some carried offerings, others were empty-handed, out for a morning walk or a chat with their friends. Inside the temple, he stood beside the giant bull that faced the main shrine, and began to pray. He wanted to pray for something specific, but his mind went blank. So he fell back on a regular Jai Jagadish hare, one that he heard on Radio Nepal every morning. Still, he felt that praying for a particular hope would be more powerful. Perhaps he should stand in line to get a glimpse of the four-headed Shiva. Maybe the sight of the Lord's black figure would quiet the disturbance he was feeling. He noted that the line wasn't long, as it soon would be, but he looked at his watch, became anxious, and abandoned the idea. It was 6:30 by the time he walked out to the main road, so he hailed a three-wheeler. The driver careened through the morning traffic, and Ramchandra closed his eyes and leaned back. Only when the man asked, "Where do you want me to stop?" did Ramchandra realize he had fallen asleep. He asked the driver to stop right outside his house. He paid the fare and was about to enter the courtyard, when, on impulse, he turned around and went into the tea shop on the opposite side of the street. The shopkeeper, who knew him, was surprised. "What happened, Guruji? Your wife refused to make tea for you this morning." Ramchandra mumbled something about there not being enough milk in the house, ordered a glass of tea, and sat by the window. At 7 o'clock, Malati approached, her textbooks held against her chest. She looked frail, tired. She entered the courtyard, and Ramchandra waited, forgetting his steaming glass of tea. At 7:15 she came out and stood at the courtyard entrance, scanning the street. Ramchandra moved back from the window so that she wouldn't spot him. When he raised his eyes, he saw Goma seated near their bedroom window, watching Malati. Malati waited for several minutes before walking away, with an occasional look back. Ramchandra wanted to follow her, but he knew that Goma would see him. Her eyes were following Malati until she disappeared into the crowd. Then Goma left the window. Ramchandra paid for his tea and briskly walked in the direction Malati had gone. After about 1 block, he spotted the red ribbon she'd tied around her hair. Now, suddenly, he didn't know what he would say to her. He could apologize for not having been there when she came, but what excuse could he give? He followed her at a distance, keeping the red hair ribbon in sight, wishing he could see her face. He knew that she would walk all the way to Tangle, at least 3 kilometers, because she couldn't afford to take a three-wheeler. She moved in the direction of Indrakok and walked into the Durbar Square area, where she stood in front of the Hanuman statue, her hands folded in prayer to the monkey god. Ramchandra slid behind a nearby temple, frightening a flock of doves, which rose into the air in a huff. As Malati walked back to the road, he followed, and the conversations of pedestrians floated around him like a song. His body became light, airy. Everything around him, the houses, the shops, the faces of people walking past, receded, and the only thing he saw clearly was the back of her head, the red ribbon in her hair. After a while, it seemed to him that she was keeping track of him, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. So each was following the other. It was like the painting people hung above their door during Nag Panchami, 2 snakes about to eat each other's tails. This image gave him more energy, the sense that he too was being pursued quickened his pulse. He smiled at a couple of familiar faces, even said hello to a neighbor carrying shopping bags, but he made these gestures elsewhere, in a place different from the one he now occupied with Malati. In the heavy crowd of shoppers innocent, she vanished, and Ramchandra found himself squeezed between the cries of the newspaper vendors, who sang in loud voices the headlines of the day: India in collusion with banned parties, clandestine meetings of CPN. A cow nudged against his hip, and he gently pushed it away, only to discover that he had stepped on its droppings, which clung to his shoes. But he had to find Malati. He tried to peer over the heads of the crowd. A flash of red, then the tilt of a shoulder. Yes, She'd already entered the street leading to Ratna Park. He ran toward her, bumping into shoppers, drawing mumbles of criticism from them. By the time he caught up to her, she was passing the co-op store of Sajha Bandar. He stayed a few yards behind her, breathing hard, the great sense of relief making him giddy. When at last she reached the opening of Asan and its bookstores, he called out to her. She turned around, and didn't appear surprised to see him. "I am sorry about this morning." "It's okay, sir. I thought you must have been occupied with something." "I was not occupied. I don't know what happened to me." For a moment, neither said anything more. Together they crossed the road toward Ratna Park, their shoulders touching, the cars and motorcycles weaving around them. He let his hand touch hers. "Are you going home now?" he asked. She nodded. "Let's go inside the park for a while. Rachana is at home. No one to look after her. Malika Didi is taking care of her, but sometimes she gets annoyed when I'm away." "Okay, I'll walk you home." "It's not necessary, sir. I can go by myself." "No, I want to." Once again, he wanted to offer some sort of apology, but he restrained himself. Suddenly, in the middle of Bazar, she said, "I knew you were following me, sir." "Then why didn't you turn around?" She didn't respond, and they walked quietly. Finally, Ramchandra said, "I shouldn't have done what I did yesterday." She said nothing. As they neared Tangle, he said, "I hope you'll come tomorrow." "I promise I'll be there." "Maybe it won't work." "No, it will work. You need to pass the SLC exam. You need to get out of that house." She eyed him carefully. "Why are you saying this? Why do I need to get out of my house? Things are not right for you there." She was about to say something, then shrugged and said only, "Sir, you needn't worry about me. I want things to be better for you. You have a family to think about. This doesn't take away from my family. So, you will come then?" She nodded. At home, Goma, seated at the window from where she'd watched Malati, was anxiously scanning the street. As soon as she spotted her husband, she left the window and went down to meet him in the courtyard. "What happened to you?" "Nothing happened to me. I went for a walk." "Look at the time," she said. "That girl and Ashik have already come and gone. If you don't eat quickly and head for school, you'll miss your first class." A wave of exhaustion washed over Ramchandra. "I lost track of time." "What's bothering you?" "Nothing, Goma. Let's go upstairs." He took her hand and led her up the stairs. "You've never done anything like this before." On the landing, he stopped and said, "Actually, I'm not feeling well. Maybe I won't go to school today." Instinctively, her hand reached for his forehead. "It's not warm. You don't seem to have a fever." But if you weren't feeling well, why didn't you just come home? Why walk all morning? No, it's not fever, he said. He went into the bedroom and lay down, thinking Bandana Miss wouldn't be pleased if he called in sick. She didn't like last-minute phone calls about absences, they made her suspicious, she said. But what would he do if he didn't go to school? He'd go insane staying in the house, thinking. Goma brought in a plate of his dal bhat. I also made some soup, she said. This should make you feel better. I'll go down and call Bandana Miss. He signaled to her to stop, he'd eat first. She watched as he ate. Look at you. I don't know what's eating you, and why you won't tell me. Nothing's eating me, he said, then, smiling, I'm eating this food. He noticed that she wasn't eating with him, so he asked her to bring her plate. She said she'd eat later. Maybe we should have Dr. Shrestha check you, just to make sure. Young Dr. Shrestha, who ran a clinic in the neighborhood, had come to the house a few months earlier to tend to Rakesh and Sanu. Ramchandra reminded Goma that they hadn't paid the doctor for his last 2 visits. Besides, I'm feeling better, he said. And it was true. The food had calmed him. If he rushed, he could still make it to his first class. That meant he'd have to take a 3-wheeler again. It had been a bad morning. A traffic jam near the new road gate delayed the 3-wheeler, and Ramchandra's anxiety mounted. By the time the congestion cleared, and the 3-wheeler raced in the direction of Burr Hospital, it was already past the time when his first class began. Bandana Miss frowned as he walked in to sign the register. You'll have to sign in late, she said. Ramchandra pointed toward his watch. I'm only 10 minutes late. 1 minute or 10 minutes. Late is late. I want everyone in this school to be punctual. You didn't care about punctuality the other day when you were talking about your son, he wanted to say, but he simply wrote down the time of his arrival next to his signature. I also need to talk to you during tea break. About what? I'll tell you then. Ramchandra collected his book and notes and headed toward the classroom, slightly apprehensive about what Bandana Miss wanted to discuss. Malati. But that was ridiculous. She didn't have access to his thoughts. The students were making a lot of noise, but they quieted down when he entered. He did a couple of problems on the board, but because his mind was so fuzzy, he made a few mistakes, which some of the bright students in the class didn't hesitate to point out. Okay, he said as he corrected his errors. He had to finish a particular chapter this week, but he knew he didn't have the strength to stand up during the entire class period, so he assigned the students exercises from the book and slumped in his chair. His mind went back to the morning, to Malati saying that all along she'd known he was behind her. He woke to the angry whispers of Bandana Miss, you don't get paid to sleep in the classroom, Ramchandraji. He wiped his face. I didn't sleep well last night. Some students tittered at the sight of their teacher being scolded. Bandana Miss marched out of the classroom with a frown. During the next class, Ramchandra remained alert. Mr. Tiwari had never policed his teachers, which was fine at those times when it was good to let loose, to tell the students outrageous stories or allow them to work on something creative. But some teachers took advantage of Mr. Tiwari's casual attitude, and that had led to a general decline among the students' performances, clearly evident in the large number who failed the SLC. Ramchandra admired Bandana Miss's vigilance, but today she seemed to him too strict, and his resentment grew. During the 20-minute recess, he waited in the staff room for Bandana Miss. Gokul Sir and Miss Lama were in a corner, discussing how well-to-do parents in the city were sending their children to Darjeeling and Kalimpong in India for private schooling. Gokul Sir said that it was merely a fashion, that those schools were overrated, and Miss Lama was defending her home turf, asserting that those schools had high success rates, unlike certain schools she knew where children had to slog through the city garbage before they could sit down to read. Kanal Sir was reading a book of poems by a young Nepali poet. Manandar Sir was staring out the window at the back of the building, where some stray dogs played. The only one not here was Shailendra Sir, hired last year to teach history. He was young, about 25, and was studying for his master's degree at Tribhuvan University. When Bandana Miss finally appeared, she took Ramchandra out to the corridor. "Is everything okay, Ramchandra ji?" Her face was softer now. "You're the last person I'd expect to see sleeping in the classroom. As I said, I didn't get a good night's sleep. Is the family okay? Your children?" "Everyone is fine, Bandana Miss. Only lack of sleep. Simple. I called you in to consult about Shailendra Sir." Ramchandra waited. "There are rumors in the school. He's having a relationship with a girl." "A student?" "Yes. Namita from 10th grade. With glasses. Always wears very nice iron-pressed uniform." Ramchandra knew which girl she meant, and he immediately recalled seeing Shailendra with Namita a few days ago, talking and laughing outside a classroom, she leaning against the wall, his hand gesticulating near her face. At the time he'd thought nothing of it. Some bonding between teachers and students was expected. It might just be a rumor. Yes, except this. I found this on the floor of the 10th grade classroom. She handed him a paper. It was a love poem, written in flowery language, with hearts drawn all over the page. It spoke of how handsome Shailendra Sir was and how the poet was so much in love with him. It was signed by Namita. It's not unusual for young girls to become infatuated like this. Doesn't mean Shailendra Sir reciprocates her feelings. He handed back the note. She's been getting excellent grades in his class, and she's not a bright student. She took a sheaf of paper from her bag and showed him some numbers. Namita hovered in the barely passing range in most of her classes, except history, where she was at the top. She could be a good history student. Bandana Miss put the papers away and said, "Just not possible. Do you know that right now, even as we speak, they are together?" She took him by the arm, led him to one of the classrooms, and had him peek through the back door. Shailendra Sir and Namita were seated on the front bench, together, a book open on the desk before them, but they were talking. Back at their original spot in the corridor, Ramchandra asked Bandana Miss, "And what can I do about this?" She appeared hurt by this question. "Ramchandraji, I respect you a great deal. You are a good example of what a teacher should be, and that's why I was surprised when I found you dozing in the classroom. But I understand you were tired. Now I want some advice about this situation. Namita's parents are rich, well connected. If they find out, the school's reputation will be damaged." This school has no reputation, Ramchandra thought, but he admired Bandana Miss's attempt to uphold its dignity. "Bandana Miss, tell me. What should I do? I thought perhaps you could talk to him." "And say what?" She was exasperated. "I shouldn't have to tell you that. Talk to him about how dangerous it is. What if he denies everything and gets angry?" "If you tell him, he won't get angry." "I could tell him, but he always sulks when he's with me." "All right, I'll talk to him," Ramchandra said. "But the rest is up to him. If he gets angry, I won't say anything further." The end of recess bell rang, and they saw Shailendra Sir and Namita leave the classroom. Shailendra Sir noticed them, moved away from Namita, and walked toward the staff room, greeting them as he passed. All day Ramchandra looked for an opportunity to talk to Shailendra. His initial dread vanished when he realized that it was distracting him from concentrating on Malati. As he wrote a problem on the board, or had a student recite a multiplication table, Ramchandra rehearsed what he would say. He tried various openings. Some were soft. "Shailendra Babu, as an older person, I reserve the right to say certain things to you for your own benefit." Others were more blunt. "Shailendra, her parents will take you to court and hang you." The range of openings became a game for Ramchandra, and often he lost track of which trigonometry problem he was trying to teach his 9th grade class. He kept glancing toward the corridor for a glimpse of Shailendra, or of Shailendra and Namita together, giggling and whispering, until finally Alu, named so because of his potato-like head, commented, "Sir, are you expecting someone?" "The headmiss, perhaps." Ramchandra knew he'd find Shailendra in the staff room after classes were over, but he didn't want to pull him aside there, because that would arouse suspicion in the other teachers. When, finally, he saw Shailendra walking by the classroom, in a hurry, possibly toward the bathroom, Ramchandra gave his students a problem to solve from the textbook and hurried out to the corridor. Shailendra was already inside the bathroom, so Ramchandra headed in, too. He stood before the urinal next to Shailendra, said something about how he couldn't wait for the day to be over. Shailendra agreed, though he had to attend a couple of night classes. The bathroom, with 3 urinals and 2 in-ground toilets, had been recently renovated, thanks to Bandana Miss's efforts, and was cleaned regularly, so it was much more bearable than it had been during Mr. Tiwari's tenure, when urine and feces floated on the floor. Once they were done and were walking out, Ramchandra asked Shailendra, "So, any plans for your wedding?" Shailendra, surprised, said, "No. Not until I finish my master's degree." Ramchandra paused for a moment and went on. "There are some rumors in the school, Shailendraji, about my marriage." In a nearby classroom, 4th graders were chanting the names of the country's 14 states. "No. About Namita." Shailendra frowned. "What? What about her?" "I know they're not true," Ramchandra said. "But you ought to be careful. What are people saying?" "I've done nothing." He started fiddling with his ear. "Whatever it is," Ramchandra said, "it's best that you not associate with her outside the classroom." Shailendra started to explain, but Ramchandra put his hand up. "Shailendraji, whatever it is, I am only doing this for your sake. It is not good when people talk about you. It is not good for a teacher to have any kind of extracurricular relationship with a student. But I'm helping her with her history. And I am merely advising you. The rest is up to you." Ramchandra touched his arm. "You are young, you have a full life ahead of you. Don't do anything foolish." And he left Shailendra rubbing his ear, staring at him. For the rest of the school day, Ramchandra's head rang with fragments of his own voice, and those of Bandana Miss, about a teacher-student relationship, so by the time he left the school, his temples were throbbing with pain. He went home, gulped 2 tablets of Cytomol, and lay down on the bed. Sanu and Rakesh came into the room. "Where were you all morning?" Sanu asked. He made up an excuse. "Malati and Ashik came. I think Malati was disappointed. And Ashik was not." "Ashik was smiling," Rakesh said. Rakesh brought over some drawings he'd done at school, and for a while the 3 huddled together, commenting on the pictures, suggesting how Rakesh could make them better. Goma brought him tea. "Are you not feeling well again?" "No, just a headache today," Ramchandra said. "Why don't we go to the cinema this evening?" Sanu and Rakesh began shouting in excitement. They'd been pestering their parents for days, and Goma had put her foot down each time, saying that the cinemas they showed these days were not appropriate for children. "What about your headache?" "It's already gone," Ramchandra lied. "And where's the money going to come from?" Goma said, with a frown. Ramchandra waved his hand in the air. "Money comes, money goes. One needs to enjoy life once in a while." "If only I really believed that," he thought ruefully. But he did need a diversion, something to get him out of the confines of this house and his thoughts. That's a strong philosophy, Gomez said. That'll really get us far, with rent to pay and tuition and books for the children. Someone will also give us a house with utmost respect. Sanu looked at Goma pleadingly. Mother, we never do anything fun. We haven't even gone to the Rama Ilo Mela this year, as you promised. So, why don't we go to Rama Ilo Mela instead? Ramchandra suggested. Sanu and Rakesh became even more excited. Goma was conducting an internal battle, he could tell. She enjoyed watching the people, all dressed up, walking around, buying ice cream or riding the Ferris wheel. But she was also thinking of the cost, how much it would chip away at their savings. Ramchandra did some quick calculations. 7 rupees for 2 adults at the fair, and 350 each for the children, which made a total of 21 rupees. And some for the rides, so they'd probably spend 30 to 35 rupees. At the cinema, they might have to purchase tickets on the black market, and that would cost nearly 50, maybe more. Either way, they'd be able to put aside very little this month. Maybe we shouldn't go. Maybe we should stay home and play carom instead. Or cards. That'll also be fun, won't it? The children's faces dropped. Sanu said nothing, and Rakesh looked as if he were about to cry. The parents exchanged glances. Okay, we can go to Rama Ilo Mela, Ramchandra finally said. But only one ride. Ice cream? Rakesh asked. In this weather? Gomez said. You'll catch a cold. If you insist, Mr. Rakesh Ice Cream Wala, Ramchandra said, but only the cheap kind. There was a long line outside Bhai Trikuti Mandip, and Ramchandra was annoyed to find that the prices had been raised since last year. Now the total came to 30 rupees. But once they were inside, and the children's faces were shining with joy, Ramchandra couldn't regret the outing. Throngs of people walked around under the bright lights from the stalls. In the middle of the grounds, on a large patch of grass, stood a giant wheel that penetrated the sky, and the whistle of the children's train came around a corner. People from the stalls shouted in loud voices, advertising their wares. Some even stepped out and acted like clowns to solicit customers. One sold unidentifiable dark objects in serious-looking jars medicine, Ramchandra was told. But most of the stalls had games, which usually involved throwing a hoop, a ball, or some other object onto something else, an action that involved a degree of precision. Few people won anything, Ramchandra noticed, and when they did, it was usually something small and disappointing. Sanu and Rakesh got on the Ferris wheel, and Ramchandra and Goma watched them disappear up in the sky and come down again, up and down, their faces flushed. They ate golgappas served by a man from a cart. Judging by the vendor's dark skin and his accent, Ramchandra figured he was from India. They watched, fascinated, as he broke open the top of each paper-thin wafer with the tip of his thumb, filled it with mashed vegetables, and dipped it into the bowl of spiced water, from which it emerged ready for the plate. The wafers disintegrated on their tongues, delicious, as the spicy water tickled the roofs of their mouths. Ramchandra recalled his conversation with the three-wheeler driver the other day, and he asked the Golgappa man, "Where in India are you from?" "I am not an Indian, Hajur," the man said with a smile. "I am Nepali, from Rohtak." Ramchandra was embarrassed. "But you're not the first one. Many people call me Indian. Some even treat me badly. Once a bunch of teenagers toppled my cart." "People don't know the truth," Goma said. "Delicious," Ramchandra said to the man as he paid. "Go to the police if someone harasses you. Don't sit quiet." "The police are no better," the man said. And he gave an extra Golgappa to Rakesh. "I have a son back in the village your age," he said. Rakesh took the Golgappa with glee and asked the man his son's name. When the vendor said, "Rakesh," everyone burst out laughing, and Rakesh blushed. Ramchandra explained the coincidence to the bewildered vendor, who, smiling, gave Rakesh one more Golgappa. "Then you are my son." Rakesh wanted to try his hand at a children's shooting range, and Ramchandra carefully counted out the 10 rupees demanded by the man behind the stall. Ramchandra had to help his son steady the toy gun and aim it at the stuffed deer and owls and bears in the foliage a few feet away. Rakesh missed all his marks, and complained that he would have fared better without his father's help. Sanu became entranced by a pink doll with large blue eyes on display at a store. "Made in Japan," the storekeeper said. She looked pleadingly at Ramchandra, who walked away when he discovered that the doll cost 25 rupees. Sanu was so disappointed that Ramchandra silently queried Goma, who signaled no. Ramchandra took Goma aside and said, "Her birthday is coming soon. Why don't we buy it and save it for her birthday?" "You do what you want to do," she said. "But don't keep pestering me about your living in a hellhole." Ramchandra returned to the store and purchased the doll. "This is not for right now," he told Sanu. "This is for someone's special birthday." Sanu asked if she could hold the doll for a little while, and Ramchandra handed it to her and said, "Aren't you too old to be playing with this? But she's so pretty. I'll give it to my daughter and tell her she got it from her grandfather." He realized then that he hadn't been thinking about Malati for a while, and this awareness led him to think about her, which made him despondent. Now, in this festive atmosphere, he couldn't help wondering what it would be like to come here with Malati, to hold her hand while they visited the stalls. He imagined them disappearing behind a stall and sitting on the grass to talk, his head in her lap, observing the people enjoying the activities while they remained unseen. He had a very clear picture of what she would wear, something he'd bought for her. A bright red kurta surawal, with small mirrored sequins in which he could see parts of his face, a pearl necklace that he would buy her at a jewelry stall, and a pair of Kolhapuri sandals like those he'd just noticed in a shoe shop. She would look radiant, and as he walked beside her, he would squeeze her hand, rubbing his thumb across her palm. This juvenile fantasy saddened him, and Goma, noting the change in his face, asked whether his headache had come back. "Perhaps those Golgappas didn't sit well with me," he said. "We aren't going to leave now, are we?" Sanu said. "We haven't been to the bingo hall yet." In Sanu's school they often played bingo, and she loved the game. "Okay, we'll go play bingo, then head home." Ramchandra quit trying to add up the cost. This was an expensive evening, and that was that. Inside the hall, Sanu purchased the bingo tickets and sat down with Goma and Rakesh to play. Ramchandra stood to the side, leaning against the wall, listening to the rhythmic intonation of the man who announced the numbers. Outside, the day had given way to the grey haziness of dusk. He closed his eyes, and instantly conjured up an image of Malati, this time wearing a bright red sari, like a bride. She was smiling at him. Ramchandra jerked his eyes open. Goma was calling him from her seat a few yards away. She pointed to the front, and said, "Isn't that one of your teachers?" He looked in that direction, and saw Shailendra and, with him, Namita. They sat close to each other, their shoulders rubbing. Shailendra whispered something in Namita's ear, and she let out a laugh. Before they headed home, Rakesh reminded his parents about the ice cream, so, with a sigh of resignation, Ramchandra bought 2 pistachio ice cream cones. As they exited by Trikudi Mandip and walked toward Shahid Gate, Goma asked whether the woman with Shailendra was his wife. Goma had met Shailendra last year at the annual school picnic, and had commented on what a polite young man he was. "She looked awfully young," she said. Ramchandra told her about Bandana Miss's conversation with him that morning, and his subsequent talk with Shailendra. "It's not right, what he's doing," he said. "The girl is too young, and she's a student. She's probably in awe of him. He's taking advantage of her. Perhaps he's helpless." Her statement surprised him. "Helpless? About what?" "He's a teacher. He should know better. People have their own reasoning." Rakesh and Sanu were walking in front of them, arms around each other, lost in their ice cream. After a while Ramchandra said, "I'm surprised that you're supporting him." "I didn't say I'm supporting him. I just said we can't judge people without knowing what's ailing them." It occurred to him that she might be thinking of his judgment of her parents, and this annoyed him. But he didn't want to argue with her on this fine evening, when the children were happy and the air was nippy and refreshing, so he said, "That can't be love. If he loves her, he should ask for her hand in marriage. Maybe he will. Maybe he's waiting for the right moment." How would you feel if one of Sanu's teachers did something like that? "Sanu is too young." Then she added, "Well, not all that young. She's already started." It took a moment for Ramchandra to understand. "Already?" "Yes, last week." She was complaining of pain, and there was blood. Ramchandra looked at his daughter, who was now singing in her brother's ear. They started to discuss again the idea of hiring that servant girl from Kitwan, but Ramchandra, still going over the conversation about Shailendra, still counting up the expenses of the evening, said, "We'd have to feed her, buy her clothes. If she works for us, though, I'll have time to sew." Garment businesses are really picking up in the city. This is a good time to start. Goma had long harbored the wish to start a sewing business at home to augment their income. She had the Singer machine she'd brought with her when they got married, and she was good at sewing. She could start by making petticoats and blouses, altering clothes for women in the neighborhood, and then branch out into making clothes for garment shops on a contractual basis. Ramchandra had initially opposed the idea, thinking that it was somehow beneath a teacher's wife to work as a common tailor. But Goma had raised the issue many times, and he himself had seen that the culture of the city was changing. Even Brahmins were opening shops these days, some were even selling alcohol. What would be the harm, if sewing made her happy and, more important, added to the family income? "Okay, let's arrange to have her come," he said. That evening, the children, happy after the excursion to the fair, asked Ramchandra to continue the story he'd started the other day. He pleaded a headache, but Rakesh said that without the story he wouldn't be able to sleep. And since Rakesh often turned his threats into reality, Ramchandra gave in. He had to recall what he'd told them. Poor girl living with her mother, father left years ago to work in the city, now a rich village merchant wants to marry her. So, this girl, Mandakini, didn't like the merchant. But that's not her name, Rakesh said. She had a different name last time. What was it? Malati, Sanu said. Boss student's name. Well, it's different now, okay. But how can her name change? Sanu protested. It was Malati before, so it has to be Malati now. Goma, who had just finished washing the dishes, peeked in. What are you saying about that girl? Sanu explained to her mother, and Goma looked at Ramchandra with annoyance. Couldn't you find any other name to use? That's why I wanted to change it now. Don't use her name, Goma said sharply, and moved away, pulling the children's door nearly shut. See? Now you made your mother angry at me, Ramchandra whispered jokingly to the children, who giggled. But he could tell that Goma had sensed something, it was on her face. He shifted back to the story. As the day of the wedding approached, the girl, Mandakini, became sadder and sadder. She went to the local temple and prayed to Lord Shiva to save her from marrying a man her father's age. She visited the local palm reader, and he traced the lines on her hand and told her that she would be very rich but very unhappy. She climbed a mountain and, from the top, looked down on the thin, milky white river that ran between two steep gorges, and she closed her eyes and asked the deity who resided there to make something happen so that she wouldn't have to marry that old merchant with the glinting eyes. But nothing happened until the evening of the wedding, when the old merchant came riding on his elephant and the ceremonies began. Then, right in the middle of the priests chanting, an unbelievable thing happened, something that made everyone's jaw fall open. And that's it for today, Ramchandra said, not knowing where to go next. To be continued. The children protested, but not too much, perhaps thinking the story might go on too long. Back in his room, Ramchandra saw that Goma was already asleep, or was pretending to be. When he got into bed, he caressed her back and waited. Finally she turned to him. "Are you angry with me?" he whispered. "There's too much of that girl in this house," she said. "I was merely fishing for a name." "What's on your mind?" Goma asked. "Nothing's on my mind." "Why?" "You've been very distracted these days. I keep feeling you're not telling me something." "There's nothing," he said. "I'm tired." He rolled over the other way and closed his eyes. "Shall I give you a massage?" she asked softly, and, just to keep her from questioning him, he nodded. She started on his lower back. Her hands were warm, they felt surprisingly good. He imagined them to be Melodi's hands, and his pleasure intensified. He turned over again, and, his eyes still closed, reached for her breasts. Goma laughed softly. "What are you doing? I thought you were tired." He lifted her gown and pulled down her underwear. It had been quite some time since they had allowed themselves this. His penis was hard, and as he entered her, he shut his eyes. Melody floated enticingly into his mind, but he pushed her away and focused on one of his fantasy scenes, a park, with radiant flowers, daisies, and hibiscus and camellias and rhododendrons, frogs croaking, a colorful parrot perched on a branch, the sky blue, like a crystal lake. As his mind became brighter, he opened his eyes and looked at Goma, who was now moaning. 5. From where they stood, on an elevation on the opposite side of the river, they could clearly see the stone steps that led up from the ghat to the Pashupatinath temple. Devotees moved up and down the stairs, some descending to the bank to dip their bodies in the holy Bagmati river, others climbing to enter the temple, and perhaps the main shrine, of which only the upper tier and the shining gold pagoda were visible to Ramchandra and Melody. The gazebo inside the temple complex that overlooked the river, usually crowded with chanting devotees and a harmonium player, was deserted today, except for a man, perhaps a laborer, taking a nap. Occasionally one of numerous bells around the temple sounded, a devotee waking a god for a blessing. On the bank of the river below them, a woman was washing clothes, the soap suds drifting south, past the bridge. The river was filthy, its color resembling sewage water. The deep black must contain some desperate sin, Ramchandra was sure, even though the river was revered as the sustainer of life. Still, a naked boy of about 12 was taking a bath, pinching his nose and immersing himself in the muck, then coming out with a whoop. Against the wall of the ghat sat a sadhu, on this cold day dressed in only a loincloth. His body was smeared with ash, all signs of the ascetic life he'd devoted to Lord Shiva. He held a small chillum in his hands, and occasionally inhaled from it, blowing the hashish smoke into the morning air, his eyes on the boy. It must be difficult to abandon everything in order to live as an ascetic, Malati said. Today she wore a blue sari, it made her look serene, pure. No family, no home, she said. Don't know where you're going to be next month. There's a certain charm to it, don't you think? Imagine the freedom you'd have. They were standing, their bodies touching, and now she moved back and sat down on a stone platform. He joined her and took her hand. How's Rachana? She's with Malika Didi. She's such a lovely baby, he said, although he'd caught only a glimpse of Malati's daughter, that day when he first went to her house. All babies are lovely, she said distractedly, then looked at him and said, sharply, I don't know what I'm doing here with you. Earlier that morning, when they'd finished the tutoring session, she had readily agreed to meet him at the temple. After she'd left, he'd gone downstairs to the shop and called the school, telling Bandana Miss that he didn't feel well and wouldn't be able to come. A little sickness should not prevent you from teaching, she'd said. How am I going to find a substitute on such short notice? Ramchandra had coughed viciously, said he was burning with fever, and hung up. Then, after his morning meal, he'd left the house as if he were going to the school. He didn't know what Malati would tell her stepmother, whether she had to lie to her at all, what her stepmother would think of her meeting her tutor like this. But she'd been happy to be with him and had talked to him gaily, until now, when her mood shifted. A tension line on her forehead was clearly visible. Perhaps she was a moody girl, he thought, like the monsoon sky, clear one moment and the next filled with dark clouds. He had no answer for her, so he reached out and touched her face. She drew away. Someone will see, sir. Let them see, he said, trying to sound nonchalant. What difference does it make? It makes all the difference, she said. Goma Baju will learn about this. Everything will fall apart. He was annoyed. Then why did you agree to meet me? I wanted to see you. She inspected her fingernails. You'd have seen me tomorrow morning, during the session. What about you? Why did you ask me to meet you here? She asked in a challenging tone. I wanted to see you in the open air, in the sunlight. Why? So that I could get a different perspective, see your face clearly. Her challenge dissolved, and she probed his face with her large eyes. Do you like what you see? He touched her lips. Sir. This time she didn't turn away. He kissed her, grinding his lips into hers, hard, and she said, let's go someplace else. Everyone will see us here. They wandered through the woods behind them and finally found shelter in a ruined, abandoned temple. Inside, it was nearly dark. A stone statue of Lord Ganesh lay in the corner, the lower half of its elephant trunk broken. Someone had painted a red mustache above the statue's upper lip so that it looked like a warrior with a broken nose. Cobwebs hung from the corners, and the floor was dusty. Ramchandra wrapped his hand around Maladi's waist and pulled her toward him. This time she responded. She ground her groin against him, and he felt himself rise. They explored each other's mouths, and he squeezed her breasts. She began to moan. He lowered her to the floor and at once, both of them sneezed from the dust. They laughed. His lips against hers, he fumbled with the buttons of her blouse. She stroked the back of his head. He felt a tug at his trousers and thought it was her hand, but then he turned and saw a large monkey. It was an arm's length away, watching them. Ramchandra waved a hand to shoo away the monkey, but it blinked once and kept gazing, its eyes watery, as if the creature were saddened by the sight of the two. Maladi let out a cry. Ramchandra heaved himself up from the floor and was looking for something to throw at the monkey when two more monkeys entered the temple. All three sat on their haunches and observed Ramchandra and Maladi. "Do something," Maladi cried, and Ramchandra, scanning the floor, saw the broken elephant trunk lying beside the statue. He picked it up and hurled it at the animals, who merely ducked their heads. A few more monkeys now stood at the entrance of the temple. "Hurry," Ramchandra told Maladi. "Let's go." But Maladi was frozen on the floor. One of the monkeys approached her and, grabbing the end of her sari, tugged at it, and it began to unwind. Another monkey joined the effort, and soon there was a tug of war between the monkeys and Maladi. Maladi was screaming, pulling the edges of her sari, while the monkeys, chattering, tugged with great vigor. Ramchandra threatened and shouted, but the monkeys at the entrance had sidled toward him, some of them baring their teeth. Then, incredibly, in one swift motion Maladi's sari was in a large monkey's hand, part of it covering its body so that it looked as if it was the one wearing the blue sari. It ran out the entrance, the sari trailing behind. Maladi, in her petticoat and her blouse, feebly tried to cover her chest with her hands, while she whimpered and the tears streamed down her face. And then, as if it had all been a big show, the monkeys left the temple, one by one. Ramchandra went to Maladi and put his hand on her shoulder. She jerked it away, and buried her face in her knees. Scratch marks covered her legs, and her hair was disheveled. Ramchandra stood there, helpless, afraid to touch her again. But he had an idea. "Stay right here," he said. "I'll be back soon." "I don't want to be here alone," she said in a muffled voice. "I'll only be a few minutes." He walked out and headed toward the main temple of Pashupatinath, wondering whether the gods had sent the monkeys as punishment for what he was doing. After he crossed the small bridge, he found a shop that displayed saris and, cursing himself over and over, bought a cotton dhoti for 70 rupees. It was a cheap-looking bright red dhoti, the kind village women wore when they came to the city to sing and dance and fast for the festival of Tej. When he returned, Malati was in the same position. She took the sari silently, and as she put it on, he turned away. They walked out of the temple, down the steps toward Gaheswari, and when she told him she wanted to walk home alone, he didn't object. It was only 11 o'clock, and Ramchandra wondered whether he should go to the school to teach some classes. Bandana Miss might be partly appeased. If he hurried, he could get there during the lunch break and teach his 3 remaining classes. But the prospect of standing in front of the classroom and solving mathematical problems on the board depressed him. His mind whirled with images of Malati, crouching on the floor in her petticoat and bra, monkey scratches on her thighs, and her face contorted in terror as the monkeys unrobed her. Ramchandra headed toward the city. If he went home, Goma would ask why he'd left school early. He walked past Jainapal, where a movie with Amitabh Bachchan was playing. The facade of the building was adorned with a giant poster of the current feature, showing the actor with a red bandana around his head. He looked angry, with glaring eyes and a defiant stance. In the background was the figure of a dancing woman, the heroine, lifting her buxom chest in the air. Ramchandra had seen one of Amitabh Bachchan's films, one in which he played a mild-mannered friend to another film star who was very popular at that time. But now the same actor had become famous as an angry young man, and youngsters in Kathmandu tied red bandanas around their heads and scowled at one another in the street. Ramchandra hadn't been to a movie theater for several years. Before the children were born, he and Goma used to go every 6 months or so, even though they'd had to count their rupees carefully. Goma would dress in her best sari, and Ramchandra would wear his Dora Surawal and would oil and comb his hair. Before they entered the dim auditorium, Ramchandra would offer to buy some fritters, but Goma always refused, saying, "Why eat this trash when I can cook better food for you at home?" Ramchandra didn't remember the movies as much as he remembered their shoulders touching in the dark. A couple of times Ramchandra had put his hand on Goma's thigh, tickled by the thought the others around him couldn't see what he was doing, and she, embarrassed, had immediately pushed his hand away. But he had been persistent, and eventually she didn't object. He even suspected that she was smiling at his touch. He could barely concentrate on the screen, and by the time the movie finished, he would have an erection. Once they reached home, she'd head to the kitchen to make tea, but he'd hold her and guide her toward the bedroom. For a moment Ramchandra was engrossed in these memories, until he realized he had an idiotic grin on his face. He immediately straightened himself up. Outside the gate of the royal palace, he stopped to observe the guard, who stood perfectly still with a rifle on his shoulder. Ramchandra couldn't imagine standing like that for hours. It must take endless stamina. What did the man think about as he stood there? His face was expressionless, his eyes stared blankly at the street in front of him. Did he think of his wife in the village? Was he even married? Did he have a girl somewhere he was hoping to marry, or would he allow his parents to negotiate his marriage for him, as Ramchandra had done? Or was he fearful that, with all the political demonstrations going on, an agitated crowd might knock him down and storm the palace? As if the soldier could read Ramchandra's thoughts, he said, sharply, "What are you staring at? Move on." Ramchandra wanted to say, "Brother, is this job hard?" The man was once again looking forward, but out of the corner of his mouth he muttered, "Move on, I said." Someone shouted from inside the small guardhouse by the gate, Who is it? Who are you talking to?" Ramchandra walked away and crossed the street toward Durbar Marg, with its rows of hotels and fancy restaurants. He stopped outside the bakery of the Annapurna Hotel, and looked at the cakes and pastries on display. He'd always wondered how much these cakes cost. Sometimes he'd had the urge to walk in and buy something for Sanu and Rakesh, especially Rakesh, who had a sweet tooth, but he knew the price of one of those cakes would probably buy him a 2-week supply of rice. Adjoining the bakery was one of the hotel's restaurants, with clear glass windows that allowed the pedestrians to see who was eating what inside. He noticed some Indian families at the tables, and a few white foreigners, one of whom smiled at him and waved. Ramchandra, feeling self-conscious, walked on. Just as he reached the Gantagar clock tower, it began to ring. It was noon, and he had at least another 2 hours before he could go home without arousing Goma's curiosity. Opposite the tower was Tri Chandra College, and, on impulse, Ramchandra walked through the gate. Students sat on the lawn in small clusters, enjoying the late autumn sun. Their voices were loud, boisterous, and Ramchandra remembered his own college days, the gaiety, the sound of his friends' laughter, the mental clarity he had when he woke in the morning, the way the afternoon expanded before him, the deep, smiling world of sleep that he fell into at night. And now? What was happening to him now? He tried to see himself through the eyes of his in-laws, and what he saw was a small man among rich, powerful men, a man who was worthless unless he continually moved toward better jobs and bigger houses. Ramchandra entered a building and walked aimlessly through the corridors, occasionally peeking into classrooms, where teachers were lecturing and students were listening, with bored expressions. He should have been in one of these classrooms, teaching college students, and once again this thought pulled him toward that dark pit where he frequently fell these days. But now he stopped in the corridor and recalled Malati, not the battered and bruised Malati of this morning but the one who'd come to his door asking for help, the one who'd told him that she'd heard he was a good teacher. On the second floor of the building, Ramchandra saw 3 girls in a corner, giggling. If Malati passed the SLC exam, she would become one of these girls. A noise startled him, and he saw one student chasing another. The chaser, passing close to Ramchandra, held a knife. Suddenly, 3 students appeared quickly and tackled the man. They threw him to the ground so violently that his head struck the floor with a smack. They kicked him, and one of them wrenched away the knife and held it close to the face of the man on the ground. "Motherfucker," he said, and slashed the man's right cheek. Blood poured from the gash and covered the man's face. Ramchandra ran down the stairs. Others ran past him up the stairs, shouting, "Where are those punchas?" He quickly walked down the corridor toward the main entrance, as streams of students, all talking at once, left the classrooms. On the lawn, more students were craning their necks, trying to see what was happening on the second floor. "Who was that student with the knife?" Ramchandra asked one of the students. "How would I know?" the student said. "I can't tell the difference between a puncha and a communist and a congressy. They all look alike to me. I came to the city to get a degree, but the village was better." Ramchandra left the campus just as a police van drew up and some helmeted men ran into Trichandra. He went to the park and sat on the platform of one of the stone umbrellas that were scattered in the park. A few people were reclining on the grass, dozing or reading a newspaper. 2 homeless boys, with jute sacks on their backs, were fishing for empty cans and bottles. They jostled each other, then one smacked the other on the head and fled, and the chase began. Ramchandra, watching the 2 bedraggled and toughened boys, thought that they were much like his own children, who fought and kidded with each other in similar ways. Impulsively, Ramchandra called out to them, and when one of the boys came over, he dug into his pocket and took out 2 rupees. "Go eat some ice cream," he said in a stern voice, as if he were scolding. The boy looked at the money in his hand and said, "With 2 rupees? We couldn't even get peanuts with this." Ramchandra gave him another rupee and said, "Go. I don't have any more." The kid shook his head and showed the money to his companion. He said, "It's for ice cream." And they both chanted, "Ice cream man," and ran away. "Donkeys," Ramchandra muttered to himself, but he felt good, having given them even that small amount of money. The 2 boys had run out of the park and were crossing the street toward some fritter stalls. The sun's warmth was at its peak for the day, and Ramchandra felt its heat on his shoulders. He reclined on the platform. The sun hovered in the sky like a soft simmering yolk, and soon he felt drowsy. He woke to the sound of his name and was startled to see Gomez standing in front of him. "What are you doing here?" For a moment he thought he was dreaming, but there she was, holding a plastic bag, wearing that familiar dark green sari she wore when she ran errands. "Why are you sleeping here? What happened to school?" "I don't know what happened," he said, his tongue thick with grogginess. "You haven't been drinking." It was more a statement than a question. In their 13 years of marriage, he'd rarely had a drink. No, he said, wiping his face with his hand and hopping off the platform. There was an accident at school, so the classes were cancelled. He was in the process of concocting an elaborate story about the accident when she asked him why he didn't simply go home. He hadn't been feeling well, he said, and wanted to catch his breath but had ended up dozing. He asked what had brought her to the park, and she said that she'd spotted his Dora Surawal from the pharmacy near Burr Hospital, where she'd gone to get cough medicine for Rakesh. He'd been sent home early from school because he was coughing. Ramchandra recalled his own fake cough this morning when he'd lied to Bandana Miss, and wondered whether his lying had made his son ill. He dismissed the superstitious thought. "How much did it cost?" he asked Goma. "For the cough syrup?" "Don't ask," Goma said. "The children's health is important." And so they walked home together, and as the sun's warmth waned, a cool wind blew across the city, and women tightened their shawls, and men put on the coats they'd taken off. Light fell on Ramchandra and Goma at an angle when they entered the courtyard. As she preceded him up the stairs, Ramchandra watched his wife's behind, shifting with each step, and he assured himself that she had no suspicions or doubts about him. Instead of feeling guilty, he was pleased and proud, not because he was getting away with something, but because Goma accepted him as a complete man, someone who needed no tinkering to be perfect. And he knew, even as Malati brought him so much pleasure, that she would never see him the way Goma did, that even if Malati began to love him, there'd be gaps and holes in her perception of him that her love, no matter how genuine, could never fill. To his surprise, Malati did come. She had red blotches on her face, and a scratch that ran all the way from her left eye down to her chin. When Goma asked her what had happened, Malati said that Rachana had done it in a fit of rage. "Quite a feisty girl," Goma commented. "She'll be a handful when she grows up." During the lesson, when Ramchandra asked Malati how she was feeling, she laughed softly. "Wasn't that incredible?" she asked. "I'd never imagined something like that happening to me. Bad luck seems to have a particular liking for me." And she laughed again. Ramchandra was relieved by her ability to bounce back. "I thought you wouldn't come," he whispered to her, running his finger up her arm. Her eyes followed his finger, a faint smile curving her lips, and when his finger reached her chin, she locked her eyes into his. "I am determined to pass the S.L.C., she said. "If anyone can make me pass, it's you." Half an hour later, after the children were dressed and sent to school, Rakesh's cough a bit better, Goma left for the market to get kerosene, saying that she'd probably have to stand in line and wouldn't be back for a long time. A few minutes after her departure, there was a crash on the street below. Startled, they both rose from the floor and rushed to the window, where they stood shoulder to shoulder. A crowd had gathered around a three-wheeler, the side of which had been smashed by a car now off to the side, its left bumper dented. People shouted and gave instructions, and soon a bloody body was lifted out of the three-wheeler. The injured man was groaning. The people holding him set him down on the street, and someone called for water, which the tea shopkeeper brought over in a jar. The driver of the car, a man in a business suit, was being held by 3 young men, who were also jabbing him with their fists. "Just because you're wearing a suit and tie and driving a car doesn't mean you can destroy poor folks," one of the men said. The driver, while battling the fists, attempted to offer an explanation. "That could have been me," Ramchandra said. "These days I seem to be taking 3-wheelers all the time." "You shouldn't say such things." He saw that she had on a large Chandan tika. Had she gone to the Pashupatinath temple this morning? The commotion below lessened after the young men made the driver take the injured man to the hospital. Some people still milled around, going over the details of the accident. The shopkeeper looked up and said to Ramchandra at the window, "This is more interesting than tutoring, isn't it, Ramchandraji?" Ramchandra and Malati sat down on the floor again, but they'd lost interest in tackling the math. "Do you want to study?" he asked. "What do you want to do?" She was smiling. He slid closer to her and took her hand. She'd chewed her fingernails, which looked frayed. "That's a bad habit," he said. "I do it when I worry." "What are you worried about now?" "So many things," she said. "But I don't want to bother you with them." "Tell me one thing you worry about." "About passing the SLC. But here I am, not studying." "I'll make sure you pass." "But how?" "You're holding my hand right now." He let go and said, "Okay, let's do another couple of problems." "I'm in no mood." "See? How can it work this way?" They fell silent for a while. He found it hard to believe that the thin body beside him had harbored and finally pushed out a living, breathing baby. He eyed her belly, and, pretending to pick lint from her kurta surawal, ran his hand across her stomach and noted that it was flat. After Goma had given birth to Sanu, she'd put on about 20 kilos, and had had to hold his arm while climbing the stairs. Her cheeks had become puffy, and her fingers had swollen. He'd paid no attention to her weight gain, although he missed sleeping with her. Tradition demanded that mother and baby sleep together. "Why don't you tell me about Rachana's father?" he asked. "There's nothing to tell. He's not in our lives anymore." "What happened?" She seemed reluctant, but he waited patiently. Her eyes measured him, checking to see whether he would judge her. At first she spoke with some difficulty. Gradually, she relaxed and spoke with ease. Ramchandra listened intently, watching her face, how her nose twitched when she conjured up an image, how she lowered her eyes when a thought saddened her. Rachana's father was a taxi driver who had followed Malati from a bus stop near her house to school. He was very handsome, with curly hair and a mustache that ran down to his chin. He wore rings on all his fingers, and he sang Hindi songs through the window of the taxi. "Meer Sapano ki Rani Kab Aigi Tu, the queen of my dreams, when will you come to me?" He whispered that she looked very pretty in her uniform, the red frock and white blouse, and offered to give her a ride to school. He'd feel like a king, he said, if she'd allow him to chauffeur her to school. Since the school was only a few neighborhoods away, she merely smiled and walked on. One day he didn't appear, and she kept turning back to see if he'd come. The next day she waited at the bus stop until she saw the taxi. "Did you miss me?" he asked, his elbow on the window. The cigarette on his lips moved up and down as he spoke. This time she got in. As they reached the school, he asked whether she really wanted to go to her classes that day. She saw her friends by the gate, waiting for her, because they had a habit of walking in together. "If I don't, where will we go?" she asked. He smiled and pressed the accelerator. They drove to Balaji, sat near the water spouts, and he told her of his dying mother and his tyrant brother, and she told him that she was fatherless, that she had a stepmother who sometimes treated her as stepdaughters were often treated. From his back pocket, he produced a gift, a small mirror. She would be able to see herself throughout the day to remind her how beautiful she was. Every day he gave her a ride, and eventually she stopped going to school. They roamed the city all day in his taxi. He took her sightseeing in the valley, the top of the Swayambanath temple, the woods of Gokarna, even all the way to the Dakshin Kali temple, where they stood in front of the goddess and proclaimed their love for each other. Then they started making love in the jungles of Balaji, a few hundred yards up from the very place where they'd come the first time she'd gotten into the taxi with him. When she discovered she was pregnant, she considered an abortion, but she didn't have the heart for it. She told him she was pregnant, and at first he said that he'd marry her, that he'd come and see her stepmother soon. But he didn't come at all for a few days. She waited for him near the bus stop, her hands in front of her belly as if to hide her shame, even though it was too early for her to show. His absence forced her to attend school again, and she managed to take her final exams, and pass, just before her belly started to bulge. One afternoon she went searching for his house near the banks of the Bagmati River in Thupathali. After 2 hours of knocking on different doors, she found it. A woman opened the door, and when Malati told her whom she was looking for, the woman said, "My husband has gone to Burgunjay for a few days." "Who are you?" Malati made some excuse and walked away. "That's it," Malati said to Ramchandra. "And I haven't heard from him since." She rose from her cross-legged position, and started looking at the pictures on the wall. She eyed them closely, spending time in front of each. She didn't ask him any questions about the people in them, but her absorption prompted Ramchandra to go into the other room to get the photo albums Goma had kept over the years. "This will be our math for today," he said, and they sat down once again. She flipped the pages, lingering on the photographs of Sanu and Rakesh when they were younger. She spent time with the photos as if she were looking at pictures of her own family. She asked a few questions about when and where the pictures were taken, and he'd answer and sit back to watch her face. When she became aware of his gaze, she asked solemnly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" He was about to touch her face, to trace her lips with his finger, when he heard footsteps on the stairs. He started to collect the albums, and Goma appeared at the door, holding a plastic container of kerosene. Outside, a truck honked its horn. "Back already?" Ramchandra asked. His face grew hot. The situation must be getting better. The line wasn't as long today. Ramchandra glanced at Malati, whose face betrayed nothing. "No studying today?" Goma asked. Her face, too, revealed no emotion. "Sir was just showing me pictures of Sanu and Rakesh," Malati said. Goma set down the container by the doorstep and entered. "Which pictures?" and she sat beside Malati. She didn't look at Ramchandra, but, together with Malati, she went through the albums. She talked about the circumstances behind some of the pictures, ones Ramchandra didn't know or had forgotten. Goma rarely forgot anything, and Ramchandra, too, found himself drawn into the particulars she mentioned. It surprised him, for instance, that one photograph of him with Goma, standing under the Gantagar clock tower, was taken by a colleague from one of the schools where he'd previously taught. "Why were we together that day?" he asked Goma, and she said they were about to board a bus in Ratna Park for a picnic arranged by some friends. Ramchandra tried to recall that picnic, but he had absolutely no memory of it. When they reached the pages of marriage photos, Malati said to Goma, "You look lovely, Baju." "Yes, I was young," Goma said, looking at Ramchandra. "Now, this body has become old and tired." "You're not that old," Malati said, putting a hand on Goma's arm. "Well, I'm certainly not as young as you are." "I don't feel young." Goma took Malati's hand and said, "You have much to look forward to in life." They could be sisters, Ramchandra thought, and their intimacy made him uneasy. "Nearly time for Ashik," he said. Goma said to Malati, "Let's go to the other room and finish looking." Malati glanced at him as they left, as if to say, "You were nervous for no reason." Ashik arrived. Ramchandra demonstrated certain calculus shortcuts to him, but remained alert to the faint murmuring behind the wall separating the two rooms. He started making mistakes. Ashik gleefully pointed them out, and even commented, with a sly smile, "Sir, if you took the SLC now, I don't know whether you'd pass." Ramchandra was taken aback by the student's brazenness and thought of scolding him, but all he said was, "Don't joke with me." He gave Ashik a problem to solve and left the room. Standing near the children's room, he heard laughter Malati's. Then she said something he couldn't decipher that was followed by Goma's laughter. Ramchandra leaned closer and put his ear against the small crack in the door. He caught words like foolish and embarrassed and became convinced that they were talking about him. Ashik appeared beside him. "I thought you were going to the bathroom," he whispered, and Ramchandra was about to usher him back to their room when the door opened and Malati came out, still smiling. "I'll see you tomorrow, sir," she told Ramchandra, and bounded down the stairs, clutching something in her hand. "Is the tutoring over?" Goma called from inside. Ramchandra told Ashik to go back and finish his problem, and said to Goma, "What was all that noise about?" "That girl," Goma said, shaking her head. "She was putting the albums in a cupboard." "What happened?" "Nothing," she said. "We were talking." "About what?" "Why all these questions?" she asked. "I didn't ask this many questions when I found you giving her lessons on our photographs." "What do you mean?" "I mean nothing." "Then why are you so prickly?" Goma closed the cupboard, put away the key, and said, "I gave her an extra copy of our wedding photo." "Why?" Ramchandra asked. "You barely know her." "She said I looked beautiful, and I couldn't resist." She began arranging the children's bed, tightening the sheets, smoothing the pillows. "Besides, you know her quite well by now, don't you?" Ramchandra didn't know what to say. Later, when Goma served him dal bhat, she was quiet, and because her earlier question remained with him, he also said nothing. At one point he asked her to eat, too, and she silently served herself. They could hear each other chew. Goma made soft, slurping sounds with her mouth fully closed, and Ramchandra stuffed large morsels into his mouth with his fingers and chewed with large movements. When he heard Goma make a sound like a hiccup, he looked over and saw that she was trying to suppress laughter. "What?" he asked. She turned serious again, but a short while later made the same sound. "What's the matter with you?" One moment sulking, the next moment giggling. "You sound like a slow train when you eat," she said. Approaching the station, wheezing and snorting. "At least a train is a sign of progress. You sound like an old woman with no teeth. Only flabby gums going chapter." She covered her mouth, laughed, then remembered something and became solemn. "I don't know what you're thinking," Ramchandra said. "Whatever it is, you're wrong. It's just that I've never seen you show so much interest in a student before," Goma said. "I feel sorry for her. She has problems. She doesn't have anyone in her life. Sometimes, these days, you seem to think about her more than about us, about Sanu and Rakesh." He reached out and touched her arm. "What nonsense. You are my family. I just feel some compassion for that girl and want to help her." He added, "Want her to feel that she too has someone she can rely on." Goma considered this. "She's a sweet girl," she finally said. "Old for her age. She's had a rough life. It's hard to lose your mother, then lose your father. Imagine how alone you'd feel. I hope that if something happens to one of us, the other will take care of Sanu and Rakesh." Don't utter such nonsense. We're both in good health. We'll both be here to see our children become married, settled, and give us grandchildren. Just as they finished eating, Gomez said, I'll invite Melody for lunch this Saturday. Poor girl, I feel bad for her. So young and already with a child. Friday evening, the day of Gaddis Thapana, the start of the Dasein festival, they went to Harish and Nalini's house in Jawalakal for dinner. The bus was overflowing, so they had to stand and hold the bar that ran across the ceiling. The bus reeked of sweat, and someone must have taken off his shoes, because a strong whiff of old socks assaulted them. Sanu was squeezed between two men, and in Thupathali, Ramchandra noticed that one of them had his crotch pressed against her body. The man, who was bald, was looking at her in a way that made Ramchandra angry. Why are you crowding her? Ramchandra asked him in a belligerent voice, and the man responded calmly that the bus was crowded, that Ramchandra should take a taxi if he didn't like the crowd. What an idiot, Ramchandra said loudly. What did you say? The man shouted across the heads. Let it go, Goma told Ramchandra and reached out to pull Sanu closer to her. What are you doing? Asked the other man pressed against Sanu. There's no space. Goma managed to bring Sanu near her, and the rest of the bus ride was uneventful, although when the bald man went to get off at Kupandali and had to pass Ramchandra, he said, I let you go only because you're here with your family. Ramchandra thought it best not to respond, but the incident left a sour taste in his mouth. If they hadn't had to worry about money, they could have traveled in a three-wheeler. He studied his daughter, who was looking out the window. He noticed the small protrusions of her breasts, the long earrings she wore. She looked pretty. They got off at Jawalakal, and as they walked toward Nalini's house, Ramchandra pointed out St. Xavier's School to Rakesh. That's where I want you to study in a couple of years. The fee was not too high, even though the school was considered one of the best in the country. Whenever Ramchandra came across the Xavier schoolboys, in their smart white pants and blue shirts with ties, he heard them rattling away in English, as if they'd been born with that tongue. In city-wide debate competitions in English, the Xavier boys always won first prize. They often acted condescendingly towards students at schools like Kantapur, and Ramchandra didn't care for their arrogance. But there was something attractive about their sense of confidence, and he wanted Rakesh to gain that self-assurance. Rakesh examined the huge yellow building, a Rana palace converted into a school by the Jesuits. Some students, wearing their uniforms, loitered outside the gate to the oval driveway. One of them jostled another and said, "Give me some money, yar." Rakesh heard this and started chanting yar. "Can we look inside?" Sanu asked. Goma was afraid they'd be late, but Ramchandra said it would take only a few minutes. They passed the gate and were heading down the driveway when a guard, appearing out of nowhere, told them they couldn't go inside without permission. Ramchandra explained that his son was going to attend the school soon, but the guard was adamant. No visitors allowed without permission. But I have permission, Ramchandra lied. One of the teachers invited me. I am also a teacher at Kantapur school. The guard wasn't impressed, and asked the name of the teacher. When Ramchandra fumbled, the guard shooed them away. I told you we shouldn't have gone, Goma said. Ramchandra cursed the guard, then the school, then the foreign priests, and said, just wait until my son gets in. I'll come here every day, and this very guard will salute me. Sanu and Goma exchanged smiles. Sanu took her father's hand, and said, what about me, B.A.? Will I have to attend St. Mary's? St. Mary's, a sister school run by nuns, was next to St. Xavier's. Do you want to? Ramchandra asked. Not really. I'm happy where I am. I have friends there. They ate dinner in the enclosed glass porch next to the dining room. 2 heaters hummed on the porch, so they didn't feel at all cold, despite the weather outside. An old man, who'd previously worked for the Pandys, served the food on elegant china, chicken chili, egg curry, roasted lamb, raita, samosas, tomato soup. Over the years Nalini had acquired a reputation as an excellent cook, and sometimes the food she served was like that one might find in the restaurant of a 5-star hotel, so delicious its taste, so immaculate its presentation. Both children looked uncomfortable, faced with the cutlery, the soup spoon, the 2 forks. They sat, their hands folded, and waited for the adults to begin. They were not as enthusiastic about visiting their aunt and uncle as they were about going to Pandy Palace. Harish was aloof, he barely acknowledged their presence. Every time they saw him, Sanu complained, it was like meeting a stranger. Nalini, on the other hand, talked to the children as if they were adults and barely showed any affection. 5 years younger than Goma, Nalini was thin, with eyes that seemed to be pleading for rescue. She always wore expensive jewelry and a bright kurta surawal, even when she worked about the house. She moved slowly, as if she were assessing the utility of every movement she made. Ramchandra found her difficult to talk to. Only Goma was completely at ease with Nalini. Goma chattered away while her sister, with those imploring eyes, listened to every word. With Harish, Goma was respectful, and when Sanu complained, later, about how distant Harish was, Goma said that he was a nice man, just not very sociable. You could easily work as a chief cook, Goma said now as she tasted a piece of chicken, in any high-class restaurant in this town. Ramchandra nodded and made some appreciative noises. He actually preferred Goma's cooking, which was more down-to-earth and homey. But Nalini had spent a lot of time preparing this meal. With so much food, he wondered why Nalini hadn't invited her parents. How is your exercise class? Goma asked. What do you call them? Aerobics. Aerobics, Sanu corrected her. Nalini gave Sanu a wan smile and said, I dropped it. Why? It took too much effort. Don't you get bored, sitting at home all day? Goma asked. Despite 5 years of marriage, Harish and Nalini had no children, which was a source of great disappointment to Mr. and Mrs. Pandey, although they never directly commented on it. "They're waiting for the right time," Mrs. Pandey would say to Goma. Her mother's face, however, betrayed her worry. Goma had prodded Nalini a few times, but Nalini had been tight-lipped. The lack of children had given rise to speculation among the extended family. Some said that Harish was impotent, others were sure that Nalini couldn't bear children. Mr. and Mrs. Pandey vigorously defended their younger daughter and son-in-law, often chastising those relatives for gossiping. Watching Nalini and Harish together, Ramchandra had often wondered what kind of marriage they had. They acted more like office colleagues than husband and wife. Each was formal with the other, never raising a voice or stating a complaint. Not once had Ramchandra seen Nalini touch her husband. They didn't exchange glances as married couples often did in company. No signals. There was a curious distance between them, so that even when they sat next to each other on the sofa, they appeared far apart. Ramchandra had voiced this observation to Goma one night, and she reprimanded him. Not everyone relates to each other in the same way. How do you know what they do when no one else is around? They love each other. I know that for a fact. See, that's what I mean, Ramchandra had said. Have you ever heard one of them scold the other as you just scolded me? If there's nothing to scold about, then why scold? Perhaps they don't like to wash their dirty linen in public. Ramchandra had let it go. But now, as he watched Nalini walk to the kitchen to get more tomato soup, which Rakesh was devouring like a wolf, it occurred to him that Harish and Nalini most likely weren't intimate in bed. That's why they didn't have a child. He dismissed this theory instantly. He was assuming too much. Goma was right. Of course they behaved differently when they were alone. To distract himself from speculating more about their sexual life, Ramchandra started asking Harish about his business. In the middle of dinner, there was a knock on the door. Did you invite anyone else? Harish asked Nalini, who shook her head. The old servant went to open the door, and as soon as he heard the voices of the visitors, Ramchandra groaned silently. Who's here? Mr. Pandey said, walking in. Rakesh jumped up from his chair and went to his grandfather, expecting a gift. Had I known you were here, I'd have definitely brought something, Mr. Pandey said, patting the boy on the head. But who invited us? Mrs. Pandey followed her husband, appraised the food on the table, and said to Goma and Ramchandra, in a peevish voice, "Oh, I think we came at the wrong time." The servant brought 2 chairs from the kitchen. But we're not invited, Mrs. Pandey said. Otherwise we'd have received a phone call. Even during Dassain, no one thinks about us anymore. Flustered, Nalini said, it was a last-minute arrangement. So, we've become strangers now, Mrs. Pandey said. Or have we become a burden? Shut up, Mr. Pandey told his wife, waving his cane at her, and sit down. The servant brought more food to the table, and once Mrs. Pandey tasted some of her daughter's cooking, her mood improved. She reached into her bag and took out 2 silver earrings, which she dangled across the table at Sanu. Look what I've been carrying in my bag day in and day out, just for my dear granddaughter. Sanu looked at the earrings and pursed her lips. Goma said, "Go ahead, Sanu, don't be angry anymore." "I don't want them," Sanu said. Goma rebuked her. "Don't be foolish." Sanu folded her arms across her chest and repeated, "I said I don't want them." "Didn't you hear?" Mrs. Pandey kept swinging the earrings in front of Sanu. "Sanu, take the earrings," Goma said. "Don't act like that." "I'll take them only if Hajurba and Hajurma stop saying those things to my father." "What things?" Mr. Pandey asked. He drank some water. "Who's been teaching her such nonsense?" "No one," Ramchandra said. "My daughter has a mind of her own." He didn't know where his boldness came from, but something had loosened inside his chest. "Be quiet," Goma said to Ramchandra. "Is that a thing to say?" "What did I say?" "I only said she speaks what's on her mind." Mrs. Pandey glared at Ramchandra, put the earrings back into her purse, and said, "I'll find someone else to give them to." Sanu got up. "Go, go. Who needs your earrings? I spit upon your earrings." "Sanu, don't talk that way," Ramchandra cautioned. "Great," Mr. Pandey said to Ramchandra. "First you teach her to talk that way, and then you pretend you're innocent." He was clearly angry at Ramchandra, but was controlling himself. "Please, let us eat our food in peace," Harish said. "There's no peace in this family," Mrs. Pandey said. "Otherwise, why would we hear such things from our granddaughter?" There was a brief silence. Everyone stared at the food. "Come, let's eat," Goma said. "This is over now." "I'm not eating," Sanu said, and went inside the house. "You shouldn't encourage her," Goma said to Ramchandra. He felt a sting of anger. "How did I encourage her? You think she doesn't hear things that other people constantly say about me?" Now Mrs. Pandey got up. "If by other people you mean us, fine, then we've become other people. But all we want is that our daughter live a comfortable life. That's all we've asked." "Why are you arguing?" Rakesh said in a small voice. "Always criticizing, always complaining," Ramchandra said to Mrs. Pandey. Again he felt a rush of heat, and he knew he was about to cause more trouble for himself, but he couldn't stop. "You treat me as if I were a street vendor," he said. "If you wanted a rich son-in-law, you should have married your daughter to someone else." Goma, who had been holding her head in her hands, said, "I can't listen to this," and left the porch, opened the main door, and went outside. The servant nervously started piling more food on everyone's plate. Harish, who so far had been playing with his rice, said, "Is this necessary?" "Yes, this is necessary," Ramchandra said. "This has gone too far." His hands were trembling, so he hid them under the table. "There's clearly a distinction between how you are treated and how we are treated. Son-in-law, we have never thought badly of you," Mr. Pandey said. "We're only trying to help." "And a great help you are," Ramchandra said. "You make me feel this small every time you talk to me." He indicated about an inch between his thumb and forefinger. Mrs. Pandey appealed to the ceiling. "Har Bhagwan, why are we subjected to this? We've never made any distinction between the two of you." "Let it go," Nalini said. She looked as if she was about to cry. Ramchandra picked up a spoon and started tapping the table. He was breathing hard and sweating inside his vest. He wished Goma would come back, just so that she could see that he hadn't backed down, that he wasn't going to take it any longer. No one spoke. Ramchandra wanted to leave, but he was determined not to make the first move. He sat there, tapping the table lightly with the spoon, until Rakesh reached over and snatched it away. "Is this a fight?" Rakesh said. No one responded. "The food will get cold," Nalini said. "The hell with the food," Mrs. Pandey said, getting up from her chair, her face flushed. "Now I know the truth. Now I know what you really think of us. I will not stay in this room any longer." She slapped her husband's back. "Get up. What are you doing, sitting there like an idiot? We're not wanted here." "Mother," Nalini implored. But Mr. Pandey obeyed his wife meekly. They walked out the main door, and, a few moments later, Goma entered, her face solemn. "You've done a great job today," she said to Ramchandra. Nalini went over, wrapped her arm around her sister, and led her to the bedroom. Harish got up and mumbled something about having to use the bathroom. Ramchandra and Rakesh stared at each other, then Rakesh started to cry, and it took some time for Ramchandra to soothe him. "Go get your mother and sister," he said. "We have to leave. But I haven't finished eating yet. We'll eat at home. But the food at home isn't this good. Son, please do as I say." Rakesh left, and Ramchandra sat there, the servant standing behind him. In the silence, Ramchandra could hear the man breathe, could feel the man's eyes burrowing into his back. He turned around and asked, "Will you get me some water?" The servant pointed to the glass of water in front of Ramchandra. He drank it, listening to his own gurgles. Soon he heard the muted voices of Nalini and Goma coming from the bedroom. Where was Sanu? Where did Harish disappear to? Doubts about himself began to nip at him, but he angrily brushed them aside. The Pandeys needed to hear what he'd said, and he hoped they'd start treating him better. But part of him knew that this would not happen. He dosed his eyes and conjured up the image of Melody in a bright red kurta surawal, her face clean and eager, and slowly the warmth of pleasure entered him. The harsh words, the strained faces of his in-laws, dissolved, and he was left with a sweet sensation in his throat, his chest. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Sanu said, "Ba, are you crying?" He took her hand and said, "No. Should I not have said those things?" Of course you should have, he thought, but he said, "Perhaps this was not the right time. Your mother is upset." Her face was gloomy. She sat down next to him. "What's going to happen?" "I don't know. I think we should leave." Goma, her eyes puffy, came out of the bedroom with Nalini and Rakesh. Nalini was caressing her back. After a moment, Nalini went to look for Harish so that he could drive them back to Jayzitaval. Goma stood by the door, saying nothing. Rakesh examined the family pictures on the wall. "This food is only half eaten, gone to waste," the servant said. In the car, Ramchandra sat in the front with Rakesh on his lap, and Goma, Sanu, and Nalini sat in the back. No one spoke for a long time, until Harish cleared his throat and said something about how the weather was supposed to warm up considerably in the days to come. Ramchandra added that warm weather, without any rain, would probably lead to more dust in the city, which was already filthy. At Jayzitaval, the four of them trudged up the stairs, and Goma went straight to bed. Rakesh complained that he was hungry, so Ramchandra rummaged around in the kitchen and discovered some leftover cauliflower and rice. Sanu stood by the door, her face glum. When Ramchandra asked whether she wanted to eat, too, she shook her head. He tucked the children into their bed, noting that Sanu, with her growing body, would soon have to sleep apart from her brother. He turned off the light and went to his room. In bed, he lay staring at the ceiling. He could hear Goma's soft breathing. Her back was turned to him, but he knew she was awake. A while later he said, "It had become too much, Goma. Don't you understand?" Slowly, she turned toward him. "They are my parents. Don't you understand? Was all of that necessary? It was bound to happen. You know how your parents always treat me. They don't think badly of you. They just want a better life for both of us." That sounded exactly like the Pandys, but he didn't want to argue with Goma this late. "We can't take back what's happened," he finally said. "I'm worried about Sanu." That attitude toward her elders, especially her grandparents, who love her so much, that doesn't bode well. She's a sensitive girl, that's all. And you encourage her. "I have never encouraged her," he said sharply. "If you want to keep blaming me, maybe we shouldn't talk right now." He turned away and closed his eyes. He could hear her breathing hard. Then, gradually, her breath became softer. Soon, he felt her hand on his shoulder. "How is she?" "Sanu." "What is she saying?" "I think you'd better talk to her. She's miserable." "I'll make up to her tomorrow." Turning around to face her, he asked, "Do you still want Melody to come for lunch tomorrow?" "Oh, I nearly forgot that," Gomez said. "Yes, I've already asked her, and she seemed eager to come. I told her to bring her daughter, too. We should think of something we can play together so that Sanu and Rakesh will also enjoy themselves. Why don't we play carom?" Ramchandra wondered whether he and Melody could be partners, and then realized what a ridiculous thought that was. He clasped Goma in his arms. "Let's forget about what happened today and get a good night's sleep. What are you cooking tomorrow?" "I'll go to the market early and buy some squash and goat meat." "Goat meat is expensive these days." "What? 40 rupees a kilo. What's the point of inviting someone if we don't feed them properly? I'm tired of counting each paisa." Okay, he said. "I'm just suggesting that we watch our money." He nuzzled Goma's breasts. The tension was dissipating, but he knew that there was much more to come, that the next time he saw his in-laws, the strain from this argument would hover in the air, creating even more distance between them. Mrs. Pandey was not the forgiving kind. She would be resentful, and Goma would reflect her mother's attitude. But he didn't want to think that far ahead, so he pressed his face deeper into his wife's bosom. As if she were materializing from Ramchandra's daydreams, Melody appeared at their door in a bright red kurta surawal, with Rachana straddling her hip. 2 silver earrings dangled from her ears, and around her wrists were bangles that tinkled as she talked and moved her hands. "We hadn't set a time, but I thought 10 o'clock might be when you eat." Yes, Gomez said. "You came at the right time." She smiled at the baby. "Looks just like you," she said. "Same nose, same eyes." Ramchandra looked at Rachana from where he sat on the bed. Yes, indeed, Melody's daughter looked like her, something he hadn't noticed before. He wondered whether Rachana also showed any likeness to her father. Sit, Goma said, and when Melody attempted to sit on the floor, Goma caught her arm and said, "Not today. Today you're not a student." So, on the bed, and she asked Ramchandra to move so that Melody could sit comfortably. He stood up, his arms dangling awkwardly by his side. Rakesh came running in, acted shy around Melody, and then started making faces at Rachana, who began to cry. Ramchandra scolded Rakesh and shooed him out of the room. When Sanu entered, she sat beside Melody and asked if she could hold the baby. "You might drop her," Gomez said. Sanu said she was a grown-up now. Melody carefully passed the baby to her, and Sanu held the little one in the crook of her arm. She cooed softly at Rachana, and everyone watched and smiled. "She'll make a good mother," Melody said. They drank tea and made small talk. Malati expressed her anxiety about the exams. Ramchandra assured her that she'd do fine. Goma told Ramchandra that he should tutor her more, that perhaps he could tutor her even during the festival, except, perhaps, on the day of the Tika, when they'd be visiting relatives. No, no, Malati said, I obviously can't impose that on you. You must celebrate the festival, too. Besides, I can't pay any more than what I already pay. Goma said that it was no imposition, that Ramchandra would gladly do it. And who said anything about more payment? Goma looked at Ramchandra, who said, of course, you should come during the festival, except on the day of the Tika, and don't talk about more payment. The baby was passed around, and when she came to Ramchandra, he held her awkwardly. Rachana smiled at him and said something that sounded like "ba, ba." Everyone laughed, including Malati. Goma joked, maybe she thinks you're her father, and Ramchandra felt embarrassed. He kissed the baby and, out of the corner of his eye, looked at Malati, who, once again, had that soft smile on her lips. Goma went to the kitchen to check on the food, and Sanu followed her. For a while Ramchandra and Malati were alone, except for the baby and Rakesh, who was engrossed in his toy army truck. I am glad you're here, Ramchandra said. I thought you might not come. Why wouldn't I come? Malati said, looking at the baby, now in her lap. Goma Baju invited me with such an open heart. She likes you. I like her too. She's so gentle. Ramchandra pointed toward Rachana. Is she hungry? She ate before she came, but you never know. You can feed her now, he said. Not in front of you, she said. Rakesh looked up from his toy. Is the baby hungry? Maybe, Malati said. Can I watch her eat? She doesn't eat dal bhat like us, Ramchandra said. She drinks her mother's milk. I want to watch her eat, Rakesh said. As if prompted by Rakesh, the baby started clawing at Malati's breast. Looks as though she's hungry, Ramchandra said. Why don't you go to the next room and feed her? He escorted Malati to the children's room, and just as he was shutting the door, Rakesh slipped inside. In the kitchen, Goma was stirring the goat meat, and Sanu was shelling green peas. It smells great in here, he said. Goma didn't respond. From the back she looked tense, so he asked, What's the matter? Nothing, she said. He looked at Sanu, and saw that she once again had a sullen face. What happened? I can't deal with your daughter anymore. What happened? She refuses to apologize to her grandparents. And why did you have to bring it up now? They're not here, are they? Goma put the ladle into the stew and faced him. I was just talking to her, trying to make things right. She cannot keep treating her grandparents this way. You told me you'd make up with her, and the first chance you get, you argue again. Their voices had grown louder. It's a replay of last night, Ramchandra thought. Sanu had stopped shelling the peas and was staring at the floor. You seem not to realize what your daughter has become. My daughter is fine, Ramchandra said. Perhaps you should realize what you've become. He couldn't remember the last time they'd argued like this. What have I become? All I want is my children to respect their elders. Is that too much to ask? The elders who want respect should respect others. They haven't been disrespectful of anyone. How can you say that? How can you stand there in front of your daughter and pretend that nothing's wrong with the way your parents behave? Goma's face suddenly became transformed, and she started to cry. Sanu leaped from the floor and went to her mother. Goma pulled her hand away and turned her back to them. Father and daughter exchanged glances, and Ramchandra motioned to Sanu to go to her mother again. Sanu stood near her and said, "If it's that important to you, Mother, I'll apologize." Goma didn't respond. Ramchandra placed his hand on her shoulder. Okay, enough. We have a guest in the house. What will she think? This whole thing gives me a headache, Goma said. All right. Sanu will apologize, so please stop worrying. It took a few minutes for Goma to regain her composure. Then she embraced Sanu. They heard the children's room door open, and Malati and Rakesh appeared in the kitchen doorway. Malati obviously sensed that something untoward had happened. She looked uncomfortable. Goma smiled and said, "The food should be ready in a few minutes." "Is your daughter sleeping?" Malati nodded. She was standing close to Ramchandra, and as Sanu left the room, Malati had to shift closer. Now their shoulders touched. Briefly, Goma turned back to her masu, stirring the meat, scooping up gravy to smell it, and Ramchandra let his small finger caress Malati's wrist. She blushed. "Taste it and tell me how it is," Goma said. She put a piece of meat and some gravy in a bowl and gave it to Ramchandra. He tasted it and made appreciative noises. "Delicious," he said, and as Goma turned toward her cooking again, he looked at Malati directly and said, "Delicious." Only then did he notice that Rakesh, who had been fiddling with the religious calendar hanging on the wall by the entrance, was watching him. They ate in the kitchen while the baby slept in the children's room. Malati had a funny way of eating. She'd scoop up the rice with her fingers, lower her head, and thrust the food into her mouth, keeping her head lowered while she chewed, as if she were embarrassed to have anyone watch her eat. "How is it?" Goma asked, and they waited while Malati finished swallowing. "It's delicious." Ramchandra became mesmerized by the movement of her slender fingers cradling the food and then putting it into her mouth. Her bangles tinkled. Goma asked him whether the meat had enough salt, and he nodded, unable to talk. "Tell me if it's not good," Goma said, laughing. "I can take it." She explained to Malati that Ramchandra never criticized her cooking, which was good, but she didn't know whether he was being completely honest. Mr. Sharma across the courtyard began to chant his religious hymns at his window, and abruptly Malati looked up. Ramchandra said, "Seems that our neighbor is late today." "On Saturdays he wakes up late," Goma said. "Mr. Sharma is funny," Sanu said. "Why?" "He stares at me." "He doesn't stare at me," Rakesh said. "When did he stare at you?" Ramchandra asked Sanu. "Every time I'm in the courtyard, he looks at me, as if I've done something wrong." Ramchandra recalled Mr. Sharma's comment about Malati. He stopped chewing, drank some water, and said to his daughter, "The next time he does it, ask him why he's staring." "There you go again," Goma said, teaching her to mouth back to adults. "But why does he look at her like that? What's his motive?" "He's just a strange man," Goma said. She'd finished eating and was extracting threads of goat meat from between her teeth, her palm covering her mouth. "He means no harm." "How do you know that?" "He's lived alone too long." "Calm down," Goma said. "Why are you so hot? Is the food heating up your brain?" After they were finished, they washed their hands and mouths at the sink. Ramchandra looked out the window toward Mr. Sharma, who was rocking as he chanted. He looked up and waved at Ramchandra, who didn't wave back. They all sat in the bedroom and settled into a game of carom. The board had been a gift from the Pandis to Sanu when she turned 6, and over the years the paint had peeled off, so some spots were rough. Often one of the small counters would zoom across the board and get stuck right before it hit the mark, so Goma brought some powder and sprinkled it on the board's surface. Ramchandra asked, "Okay, who is whose partner?" Both Sanu and Rakesh wanted to partner with Malati, and there was a brief argument before Sanu gave in to her brother. "I'll watch," Goma said, because only 4 could play. The counters were arranged and the game began. Malati turned out to be an expert player. She'd align the master counter with great care, hit the designated piece, and it would deftly plop into the corner hole. Rakesh was delighted with his partner's virtuosity, and they won every game. "Where did you learn to play like that?" Ramchandra asked. She said her father was a big fan, and they'd had a large board at home when she was a child. "I might be a math monkey, sir," she said with a smile, "but I'm certainly not a carom monkey." Liking the sound of those words, Rakesh turned to Ramchandra and started chanting that it was his father who was the carom monkey. It was true, Ramchandra was clumsy at the game. The baby started crying, so Malati hurried to the children's room. Goma said she was feeling sleepy, and, with a yawn, lay down on the bed. Sanu and Rakesh went down to the courtyard to skip rope. Ramchandra sat on the floor near the bed, one hand massaging Goma's foot. "The meat feels heavy in my stomach," Goma said drowsily. Soon, she was snoring, the faint rasping breath that had lulled Ramchandra to sleep so many times. He kept rubbing her foot, aware that he and Malati were the only ones awake. From the next room came the soft gurgling sounds of the baby. Ramchandra let go of Goma's foot and stood up. A truck whizzed by outside, making such a ruckus that Goma's eyes fluttered. She shifted and went back to sleep. In the courtyard, Sanu and Rakesh were counting as they skipped rope. Ramchandra stood near the door of the children's room, which was slightly ajar. Malati was softly singing a lullaby. As he pushed the door open, she looked up from the floor, where she sat nursing the baby. For a brief moment, she attempted to cover her breast, but then her face relaxed, and she smiled. Ramchandra put an index finger to his lips, shut the door behind him, and sat beside her. Leaning his head against her shoulder, he dosed his eyes and soon felt her palm on his chin. She caressed him. The baby was sucking hard on her nipple. "Where is everyone?" she whispered. He whispered that Goma was asleep. He opened his eyes and watched her breast, then reached out to stroke it. He could feel himself getting hard. The baby stopped sucking and fell asleep. Ramchandra bent down and took Malati's nipple in his mouth. His head was so close to the baby's that he could feel the up and down of her tiny chest. He sucked briefly, then sat up. The room seemed to be moving. He put his hand on Malati's chin. "What's happening?" he said. Her eyes became moist. Sir, she said, "what are you doing?" He leaned over and kissed her fully on the lips. Goma might wake at any minute next door, yet here he was, smelling Malati, sucking her body. Around 4, after they had tea and pacatus, Malati left, and Ramchandra's mind became numb. The others kept talking about her, saying what a sweet girl she was. Goma said that she'd like to invite her again, she was so popular with the children. Sanu said Malati had invited her to her house to learn how to sew, and that she couldn't wait to go. She asked Ramchandra to take her to Malati's house one day soon. Sanu and Rakesh sat down to do their homework, and Goma began to prepare the evening meal. Ramchandra told her that he needed some fresh air. He put on a sweater and left the house. The evening was chilly. He walked around aimlessly. The dusky sky was filled with kites. As he traversed New Road, with its brightly lit shops, its shoppers carrying bags and looking happy and tired in anticipation of the festival, he knew he'd taken another step toward Malati. The significance of what lay ahead seemed immense. He stood beneath the large peepal tree, its long branches covering the sky, and looked around. Under street lamps and shadows, newspaper vendors and shoe-shine boys advertised their wares. Small groups of men milled about, discussing the rumbling of the nation. Ramchandra stood and listened. Last night, painted slogans decrying the Panchayat rule had appeared on the walls of alleys and houses in Patan, and bands of policemen had begun patrolling the streets to catch the culprits. Newspapers reported the mysterious disappearance of some political activists. Before he was married, Ramchandra used to come here in the evening to smoke and discuss the politics of the day with friends and strangers. They would buy the local newspapers and argue vehemently about whether a certain politician was corrupt, whether India would barge into Nepal and declare it a part of its own territory, as it had done to Sikkim, and, in whispers, whether eventually the monarchy would be ousted from Nepal and replaced by the kind of democracy found in Western countries. Of course, at that time such vocal protests against the government and the king were unthinkable, so the evening arguments were conducted with secrecy. Ramchandra and his friends downed glasses of tea over the course of the evening, smoked one Gainda cigarette after another, and found great satisfaction in their own words, which blended with the smoke and circled up to the sky. Even though Ramchandra and his mother lived in dingy apartments, life was uncomplicated for him then, as he struggled each evening to pay his share of the cigarettes and tea. Now, his temples started to throb, so he walked into a small restaurant and bar in Indrakok and asked for a glass of the local rum. It burned his throat as it went down. He drank another and laughed to himself as he doled out the money. "My house is sinking into my stomach," he thought, "and it'll stay there and eat my innards." Gradually the voices in his mind became muted, and he walked home, on unsteady feet, as he hummed a tune from his younger days, a popular folk song, Rado Billy Quaint Quaint, about a red rooster and how the singer, while feeding it to a pregnant woman, gobbled down the head. The buoyancy of the song made him smile, but when he entered his courtyard, he thought of what had happened inside his apartment today, and the song took on a menacing tone. Goma smelled the alcohol on his breath and was surprised. He told her he'd run into one of his old friends, who'd coaxed him into having a drink. She accepted the explanation with a degree of suspicion, and said nothing about the expense. He woke around 2, his heart beating wildly, his throat parched. He reached for the jug of water Goma usually placed beside the bed, but he couldn't find it. In the darkness, he got up, made his way to the kitchen, and, standing by the window, drank a glass of water. Mr. Sharma's light was on, and Ramchandra could see him move back and forth. The man seemed to be talking to himself. Every now and then he lifted his hand toward the ceiling and said something. Ramchandra recalled Sanu's comments about him, and his disgust seemed to move physically inside him. Nauseated, he stood by the sink and retched. In that moment, breathing hard, his eyes blurry, his hands clutching the side of the sink, Ramchandra knew he had to do something. He went to his room and sat on the bed. Goma's mouth was slightly ajar, her eyes partly open. This was how she slept, and during the first months of their marriage, he'd been amused by those eyes that never fully closed. He'd teased her, saying she wanted to keep an eye on him all the time, even in the darkness of the night, so that he wouldn't escape. In frivolous moments, when she was asleep, he'd taken some sugar and sprinkled it into her open mouth. She'd wake up, her tongue tasting the sweetness, and scold him, and he'd laugh. Now, he placed his hand on her hip and jiggled it. She woke up instantly, saying, "What? What? I have to tell you something." "What time is it?" She sat up and turned on the bedside lamp. "Why are you up?" "It's about Melody and me." She stared at him. "What about you two?" "There's something going on." Her face became very still. "I've kissed her." "Are you still drunk?" she said softly. He shook his head. A strange sound floated up from the courtyard, like the howling of a distant dog. Then it became more clear. Mr. Sharma was chanting. "Goma, lay down. Goma. Why did you do it?" "I don't know." He picked a piece of lint from the bed. "I don't know what's come over me. I don't know why. I think I understand." Her face was slightly turned away. "You don't want me anymore." "That's not true. Please leave the room." "Goma." He placed a hand on her arm. She moved away. "Please." He wanted to tell her more, tell her that he could not control himself, that perhaps if she helped him, he could. But with no response from her, he left the room and went to the kitchen, where he sat on the cold floor. He had no idea how long he sat there, and whether he'd dozed off. But a grey light appeared in the window, and Mr. Sharma's chanting had stopped. Silence surrounded Ramchandra. Goma stood in the doorway. "I will leave for Pandi Palace with the children," she said. "With the day of Tika so near?" "Maybe you can go after that," he offered. "It doesn't make any difference," she said. And she was right. After a moment, she said, "I don't know what I'll tell the children." He had nothing to say. "Perhaps we should get a servant, to feed you and wash the dishes and your clothes." "How long will you be gone?" She didn't answer his question. "I'll send my parents' servant for a few days, until we find someone permanent. It's good that your school is closed for these few weeks of the festival. You'll have some time to cook for yourself." "What about that girl from Kitwan?" "She'll be too hard for you to train." "I'll keep her with me, there. Her father is supposed to bring her to the city in a couple of days. Sanu will be unhappy in Pandi Palace. I'll start to pack now." She lingered as if she were waiting for his permission. Then she entered the kitchen, set some water to boil for tea, and stood by the window. He watched her. She made the tea and set it before him. "Aren't you going to have some?" he asked. "I don't feel like it right now." She hesitated, as if she expected him to say something. But a lump had formed in his throat, he couldn't talk. He sipped the tea. It tasted bitter. She'd forgotten the sugar. "I'll start packing now," she repeated, and left. Later, he heard her wake the children. Rakesh sounded excited about going to his grandparents so early in the morning, probably pleased that he'd spend the next few days of the festival at Pandi Palace, where he'd be given money and gifts. Sanu sounded querulous. Ramchandra heard her ask Goma whether her father was coming, too. When Goma didn't respond, Sanu asked again, and Goma scolded her. No one came to the kitchen, and soon footsteps descended the stairs. 6. For a long time Ramchandra sat in the kitchen, listening to the birds chirping in the guava tree in the courtyard. The grey light had given way to a golden hue that painted the courtyard, and people were waking in the surrounding houses. Someone coughed, then gargled by a window. The old lady living in the apartment above Mr. Sharma tuned her sitar. Ramchandra put his head between his knees, and tried to make sense of what had happened, but the lack of sleep confounded him, he couldn't think. He went to the bedroom to see what Goma had packed. All her clothes from the closet were gone. In the children's bedroom, one of Rakesh's shoes had been left behind. Ramchandra picked it up and thought it might serve as an excuse for him to go to Pandi Palace and urge Goma to come home. He'd plead with her, he'd tell her it was all a mistake, that he'd slipped in a moment of confusion. But he wasn't sure that it wouldn't happen again. Even now, as he rehearsed what he'd say to Goma, his thoughts linked themselves into a chain that led him to Malati. She would arrive soon for her session, this thought entered his mind like a breeze. He began to imagine what they would do together. Perhaps he'd cook lunch for her. Or she would cook for him. Then he became ashamed. Goma and his children had left, and here he was, thinking about someone he'd known for only a few months. It occurred to him that he and Malati may have had some connection in a past life. Usually he scoffed at belief in reincarnation, but right now he couldn't think of any other explanation. How else could he account for his surge of anticipation at Malati's arrival, in this pathetic apartment, the morning his family had left him? Even this hellhole didn't seem bad now. He looked around the bedroom. The sparse furnishings, a bed and a small bedside table with a lamp, some photographs on the wall, a religious calendar of goddess Kali with her fangs showing and decapitated heads at her feet. That was it. And yes, the traffic noise. As he imagined spending the afternoon in bed with Malati, his body trembled, and he quickly walked back to the kitchen. He set some rice to boil, and found some green onions and potatoes in the cupboard. But there was no meat in the refrigerator, he'd have to buy some. Quickly he put on his clothes and went downstairs. There was a meat shop only a few yards away. He usually avoided the place because it was expensive, and the shopkeeper sold terrible meat, with bones that appeared only after he got the package home. But Malati would be here any minute, and he didn't have time to go to the shop down the block. Back in the apartment after buying the chicken, Ramchandra chopped onions and cut the meat into small pieces. As he was about to turn on the kerosene stove, he heard footsteps on the staircase and went out to the landing. Malati was wearing the same old kurta sarawal she'd worn the first time she'd come to him. She smiled up at him. The long scratch on her left cheek made her even more beautiful, he thought. He held out his hand. She didn't offer hers, but motioned with her head to find out whether Goma was inside. They all went to her parents' house. So early? Something happened. No, just a visit, he said. How are you feeling? Fine, she said shyly. No tutoring today, he said. We're going to cook. No tutoring. I bought some chicken for you. She looked disappointed, so he asked, What? You don't want to cook? Sir, the SLC exams are nearly here. At this rate, I won't pass. I'll make sure you pass. She crossed her arms and said, Sir, give me your honest opinion. Where do you think I stand? You've made some significant progress, he said, matching her serious tone. My honest evaluation, you will pass. You aren't lying to me. Why would I lie to you? She still needed a few more days of intense studying, but right now he was ready to say anything to reassure her. His confidence seemed to buoy her up, for she said, Okay, we can cook and eat, and then we can study. Her proximity made him catch his breath. What about Rachana? Malika Didi is in a good mood today. She got a big order of chicken for a Dasein party, so she won't mind if I'm late. What shall we cook? She turned out to be a very efficient cook. There was a quickness to her movements that was a pleasure to watch. She seemed to know instinctively where things were, so even before he could tell her where to find the coriander, she was sprinkling it on the potatoes. In contrast, Goma's movements in the kitchen were slow, even though her meals were delicious. Goma would worry about how much salt to add to the food, or what amount of oil was best. Malati appeared to cook without thinking. Her hands flew in all directions. Their bodies inevitably touched, and he smelled the fragrance of jasmine in her hair. At one point, when she was stirring the chicken, he put his arms around her from behind. She leaned her head back against his shoulder and said, Sir, why are you doing this to me? I'm not doing anything to you, he whispered. He was getting an erection, and she felt it, because she pushed him away and said, You are shameless. They sat to eat, and when he offered her some food from his hand, she opened her mouth wide. Then she did the same to him. They fed each other, and any thought of Goma and the children in the house began to fade like a memory. Outside in the courtyard, Mr. Sharma was singing a hymn as he took his bath. After they'd finished eating, Ramchandra led her to the bedroom. He lay down and pulled her on top of him. He kissed her and stroked her breasts, which began to rise under his touch. He put his lips to her breasts over her dress and licked them. Sir, sir, she said. She had closed her eyes and was beginning to moan. He felt under her kurta and unraveled the string that tied her trousers. He helped her out of her sarawal, her panties, her kurta, and her bra. She straddled him, completely nude, her arms covering her breasts in shyness. Her face was flushed crimson, as if she were his bashful bride. The monkey scratches ran down her right forearm, and on her leg he saw small boils. He thrust his pelvis under her, and gradually she responded to his movement. Her hands moved away from her breasts, exposing her nipples, and she fumbled with the string on his surawal. Soon, he too was naked. A shout was heard on the street, and for a moment both lay still. But the call was for someone else. The rat of a motorcycle rose from the street into the room, but the sound no longer bothered Ramchandra. A great serenity came over him. There was more light in the room now. The sun had moved higher and all the objects were brighter. He smiled at Malati, who seemed to be waiting for a signal. Her face was serious. He felt like laughing at his chain of thoughts. Of course, it was serious business. He was about to make love to his student right in his bedroom, on the very bed where he had slept with his wife a few hours ago, the very bed where his children had played with each other. His wife and children were gone, and this was serious business. A burst of melancholy and amazing joy erupted inside Ramchandra, and he quickly entered Malati, who started rocking on top of him. Her earlier bashfulness vanished, and now she moved with the same quickness she'd displayed in the kitchen. She bent over and took his head in her hands and kissed him on the mouth. "Sir, sir," she said. "Goma," he cried as he ejaculated, but the first syllable got stuck in his throat and it came out as "Oma," repeatedly, as if he were calling his mother in distress. They must have fallen asleep, for both were startled by the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Malati hurriedly began to put on her clothes, and Ramchandra rushed to close the door. He latched it from the inside and leaned against it, holding his breath. At first, he thought that Goma had come back to get something. But the footsteps were heavy, and something clicked inside Ramchandra's head at the sound of a rap on the door. "Ashok," he mouthed to Malati, who was struggling to tie her surawal. "Sir? Anyone in there?" "1 minute," Ramchandra shouted. He picked up his clothes and put them on. "Should I hide?" Malati whispered. "There's no place to hide," he whispered back. "Just pretend nothing is wrong." He said loudly to Ashok, "Why are you here?" "There's no tutoring today." "I know, sir. I came for something else." When Ramchandra opened the door, Ashok was grinning. "I was wondering if I'd entered the wrong house." His eyes fell upon Malati, and the smile on his face became bigger. "Namaste, Malati," he said. Malati mumbled something and sat on the bed. Ramchandra didn't invite Ashok in. "Everything all right, Ashok?" "Of course, sir. Why wouldn't everything be all right?" He stretched his neck to look past Ramchandra toward Malati. "How's the tutoring going?" "Fine." "You think you'll pass?" "Of course she'll pass," Ramchandra said testily. "What about you, though? You think that smile is going to impress the SLC examiners?" "Better to smile than to cry," Ashok said. but I didn't come here to disturb anyone, sir. I came to give you this. It's from my father. He handed an envelope to Ramchandra, who opened it and saw a 100-rupee bill. Das ein bonus. He wants you to make sure that I pass. No teacher can give that kind of guarantee. You know that? I know, sir. I just wish I were given some special attention, too. Again he smiled at Malati, who got up, mumbled that she was late for something, and left. Soon, Ashok also left. Ramchandra went to the kitchen and washed his face with water from a jug. Then he headed outside, but he got no farther than the new road gate when a wave of nausea swept over him. He sat down on the street, right near a newspaper vendor who had spread out his wares in front of a shop. The vendor rushed to him, lifted him up by the arm, and asked what had happened. I'm fine, Ramchandra said. He brushed off the dust from his pants and walked toward Bat Baitani. Every few hundred yards, he found himself out of breath, disoriented, and had to find a place to sit. By the time he reached Pandi Palace, beads of perspiration were running down his neck, even though the air was cold. For a moment he stood outside the gate, catching his breath, wondering what to say. The Pandi's large Alsatian dog came bounding toward the gate, barking. It recognized Ramchandra and wagged its tail. He opened the gate and walked in, the dog dancing around him. Mr. Pandi was on the porch, smoking his hookah, and when Ramchandra did his namaste, Mr. Pandi motioned to him to sit beside him. What happened at home? Mr. Pandi asked. Just a minor disagreement, Ramchandra said. Goma has never done such a thing. Sometimes with a family there are arguments. It's not a big deal. He glanced inside. Is she in there? I think she's sleeping. The children have gone to the market with their grandmother. A servant brought Ramchandra a glass of tea, which he gladly accepted. There was hardly any conversation between the two men. Mr. Pandi seemed to be lost in his own world. Ramchandra set his glass on the floor and said, I'll go talk to her. Mr. Pandi didn't look at him. He walked up the stairs and knocked on the door of one of the bedrooms, and Goma answered that she didn't want anything to eat. It's me, he said. She didn't come to the door despite his repeated pleas. After a while he went down to the porch, and Mr. Pandi asked, So, it's serious, eh? You must have done something really bad, son-in-law. I don't like to meddle in other people's business, but whatever it is, you'd better fix it now. Before Ramchandra could answer, Mr. Pandi pointed to the rose garden and said, That bastard gardener is not doing his job. Look how those roses are turning out. He tried to engage Ramchandra in a discussion about the pamphlets people were reading, filled with articles mocking the royal family, calling them names. Spewing venom against royalty, Mr. Pandi said. What has this God-forsaken country come to? Ramchandra abruptly cut him off. I'll come back later, he said, and headed toward the gate. The Pandy's Honda passed him a few hundred yards down the road, and he caught a glimpse of Sanu and Rakesh in the back seat, talking to their grandmother. He waved. They didn't see him, but for a brief moment Ramchandra thought they were pretending not to see him, as if they were already looking at him through their mother's eyes. Ramchandra wandered around the streets for a while, and, as the emptiness inside him grew, set off toward Tangle. Maladi's stepmother opened the door. "Oh, the professor," she said, tightening her lips. She invited him in and called Maladi, who came to the living room holding Rachana. "So, how is my daughter doing with her studying for the S.L.C?" Malika Didi asked. "I think she'll pass." "You only think? Or will she actually pass?" "She'll pass." Maladi asked Ramchandra to sit down, and, handing Rachana to Malika Didi, went to the kitchen to make tea. Malika Didi kissed the baby, who was straining her neck to look at Ramchandra. He snapped his fingers at the baby and said to Malika Didi, "She looks just like her mother. Maybe she looks like her father, too. We don't know." Abruptly she added, "What's happening between you and Maladi?" "What do you mean? You two, are you?" Her face twisted into an obscene smile. "There's nothing." Maladi returned and asked what they were talking about, and Malika Didi said she'd been inquiring about the two of them. "You," Maladi said to her stepmother, slapping her on the shoulder. "There's nothing. You are so nosy." The conversation was too casual, it made Ramchandra uneasy. After Maladi brought in the tea, Malika Didi talked about her recent coup, the large order of chicken for a wedding party. Ramchandra listened, but her words flew past him, his mind was on Goma and the children. A short while later, Malika Didi handed Rachana to Maladi and went outside. "You don't look well," Maladi said. "Goma has left with the children." I know then what he'd said seemed to dawn on her. "You mean, she knows?" I told her. She stared at him. I couldn't not tell her. It was eating me. She set Rachana on the floor and covered her eyes with her hands. "What will she think of me?" "It's not your problem. It's mine." For a long time, Maladi kept her hands over her eyes. When she revealed her face again, he saw that she looked startled. She glanced at the door, as if expecting Goma to appear. "What are we going to do?" "I don't know. I went to her parents' house, but she wouldn't open the door." "The children? They think they're with their grandparents just for a while." Maladi rested her chin in her hand and said, "I am not right in the head." "What are you saying?" "I'm strange, I don't know what I'm doing. Everyone is better off without me." She began to cry. "Baja treated me like a sister, and I betrayed her trust." Ramchandra shook his head. This was not what he'd come here for. He hated this kind of self-pity, so he said, "That's going to do no good, Maladi. This isn't your fault. Why is my life like this? Stop it, he said, a bit louder. She stopped, walked over to him, and took his hand. I am so sorry this happened, she whispered. He ran his index finger across her chin, wiping away the tears. I don't know what's happened. She stroked his hair, and soon they were kissing. I am so sorry, she repeated again and again. She grew passionate as she uttered those words, and it was he who gently pushed her away, saying, Your stepmother will come, even though he found comfort in her kisses. Rachana had stood up and, holding the sofa arm, began wailing. What are we going to do? Malati said. Baju must hate me. She never hates people. What will you do this afternoon? I don't know. I'll go home and try to sleep. This evening I'll try to talk to her again. Why don't you stay with me? She said. Here. What about Malika Didi? She's going to leave in about an hour. She's spending the day with her elderly mother in Bhaktapur. Then I'll come back after an hour, he said. As he passed Malika Didi, near the chicken shed, she called out, Oh, Professor G, what makes you leave so early? You had enough time with our Malati. Ramchandra looked around to see whether the neighbors had heard her. I have some work to do. Don't leave her alone. She needs you. She laughed. Vulgarly, thought Ramchandra. The sun had taken some of the chill from the morning air. What would he do for an hour? He walked toward Batbatani again. Much of his disorientation had vanished, and he walked quickly. 2 blocks from Pandy Palace he ran into an old friend, a teacher from his days of working as a part-timer. They chatted for a while. The friend asked about his family, and Ramchandra said everything was fine. He walked past the Pandy Palace gate, then turned around. Goma was sitting by herself on the porch, looking toward the garden. He couldn't make out her facial expression, but he heard Rakesh shout something from inside the house. When Goma turned her head to respond, Ramchandra quickly moved to the side so that she wouldn't see him. He leaned against the wall, his eyes closed. Slowly, he moved toward the gate and peeked in. She had gone inside. He circled the block a few times and then went to Malati. The city was alive with the energy of the festival. A parade walked the street of Ranapakari on the day of Upadhyay. The next day, goats, sheep, and buffalo were slaughtered at the numerous Devi temples throughout the city. People consumed meat as a divine blessing from the goddess. They fried goat blood and ate it with relish. They boiled goats' testicles, dipped them in salt and chili powder. Goat ears were barbecued on gas stoves and passed around to the children. People ate until their stomachs were bloated, until they became sick and had to be rushed to the hospital. Other people ate until, heavy with food, they fell asleep, dreaming of riches raining on them directly from the open mouths of the ferocious Durga. For a brief while, people forgot the city's tensions, ignored the newspapers that spoke of a revolution brewing in dark corners of its streets. Occasionally rumors rippled through the city: the king is contemplating martial law, the communists are plotting to massacre the royal family, the Indians are working with the Punjabis to crush any rebellion. Such talk appeared and disappeared, and the spirit of the festival made the city's streets cheerful. On the night before Tika, Ramchandra lay in bed in Malati's closet-sized room, Malati beside him and Rachana sleeping against the wall. The bed was so small that Ramchandra's left arm dangled over the side. Under the blanket, both he and Malati were naked, shivering slightly because it was cold. They'd done their lovemaking carefully, because of the lack of space and their fear of squashing Rachana. They'd moved slowly, their hips grinding against each other. Even at the height of excitement, Ramchandra couldn't thrust his hips at her, for fear of shaking Rachana, but he found that this control made the experience even more pleasurable. After they were done and she'd closed her eyes for a few minutes, she said, as if the idea had come to her in a dream, "Baju must hate me." For a long time, he tried to console her, but she had cried out, "I am wrecking a family. I should stop studying with you." In annoyance, he'd retorted, "Then why don't you? What's stopping you?" "I don't know," she said. She shivered. "I don't know why I feel this way about you." "What do you feel about me?" he asked softly. She took his hand in hers. "When I'm with you, I feel that I am really someone." "But you are really someone, even without me." She shook her head. "Look at my life. What do I have?" This she gestured around the room. "That little girl who doesn't have a father? And Malika Didi. She could kick me out of this house any moment, and then where would I go? What kind of a woman is she?" "She seems," he wanted to say vulgar, but that would sound too harsh. "She's like a different kind of person. She's unpredictable. One day full moon, the other day no moon." He reached over her and stroked Rachana's head. "Does she care about you?" "And Rachana?" "I know she loves Rachana, but sometimes she doesn't want to see her face." "And you? Does she love you?" Malati lifted her arms and stretched. "Sometimes she does. Other times she treats me the way any stepmother would. You don't have to live with her, you know." "But where would I go? How would I take care of Rachana?" "That's why I want to pass the SLC, so that I can go to college, get a good job, move to a place of my own." She paused, as if she were envisioning the possibilities. Then she said, "Now the exams are only a few weeks away, and I'm afraid I won't pass." "You will," he assured her. "If you focus on getting out from the clutches of that woman, you will." "Malika Didi isn't so bad," Malati said, although she didn't sound convinced of her own words. "She could have thrown me out of the house, but she didn't." "She seems strange." "I think it's because of her duty," Malati said, referring to Malekaditi's albino skin. She must have suffered all her life. You know how people in our society act toward anyone of that color. How did she end up marrying your father? Malati said that after her mother ran off to India with a truck driver, taking all the money and jewelry in the house, she and her father had come to Kathmandu. Malekaditi had helped her father get a job in a government office in Singha Durbar. Malati didn't remember when her father and Malekaditi became lovers, but she knew that her father began spending more and more time at Malekaditi's house. Soon, they moved in with her, and the two adults slept together in the same bedroom. When Malati was 16, they got married in a small temple ceremony, and about 3 months after that, her father was hit by a motorcycle outside Singha Durbar and died in the hospital of a brain hemorrhage. Whatever Malekaditi's faults, she really loved my father. Ramchandra played with her navel, and they fell asleep again. They woke near dawn to the crying of Rachana, who was hungry. Ramchandra's watch read 6 o'clock. Across the city, people were preparing for Tika, getting their jamara ready, cooking food for the people who'd flock to their houses throughout the day to receive Tika, planning when and how they'd go to their elders to receive Tika. And here he was, in this cramped room with Malati. He should go somewhere, do something, but what? Malekaditi had asked that he stay today and put Tika on Malati and Rachana, and he'd said yes, he'd like to. But right now, he grieved at the thought of being away from his children, from Goma, on this important day. He watched Malati try to feed her daughter, who was shying away from her mother's breast. I have to make some formula for her, Malati said. Can you watch her for a second? Ramchandra picked up the crying baby, and Malati went to the kitchen. Rachana didn't stop crying, so he sang to her, a song he used to sing to Sanu when she was a baby cradled in his arms. Sanu would gradually stop crying and look intensely at his face, as if she were savoring each sound. But the song didn't work for Rachana, who began to wail even louder. When Malati came back with the bottle, Ramchandra said, I think I'd better leave now. Where will you go? He shrugged. I'll probably go to Pandi Palace to see if I'll be allowed to put Tika on the children. Will you come back here for Tika? I'll try. Let's see how it goes at Pandi Palace. In Naxal, a swing had been set up on a small field between a school and a row of houses. Children in brand new clothes were swinging high on the babiyo rope that dangled from tall bamboo sticks. Some children already had the bright red tika on their foreheads, with the yellow jamara tucked behind their ears. The lullaby he'd sung to Rachana echoed in Ramchandra's mind. Looking warm but happy, families walked the streets, dressed in their freshly tailored clothes, going to their relatives to get and to give Tika. It was the day of victory over evil, when Lord Rama slew the monster Ravana, when Lord Durga triumphed over Mahasasur, the terrible demon that, in the guise of a buffalo, had wreaked havoc, piercing the air with its razor-sharp horns. Laughter, shouting. All the joy of festivity rang through the air under the clear blue sky. When Ramchandra passed some people he knew, they looked curiously at him in his crumpled clothes. In the cluster of shops in Batbatani, he found a telephone and called Pandy Palace. Mrs. Pandy answered, but when Ramchandra asked for Goma, she muttered, "Too many phone calls in this house," banged the receiver down on something, and went to fetch Goma. Ramchandra waited a long time for Goma to come to the phone. She didn't say anything, but her breathing told him she was there. "Goma, today is Tika. Please come home." After more silence, she said, "There's nothing to come home to. I miss the children." She said nothing. "At least let me come over and put Tika on the children. Otherwise," his voice caught in his throat, and he coughed. Two other voices, a man's and a woman's, echoed within the wires like distant bells in a cross connection. Ramchandra heard terms of endearment and then the woman's voice saying that she'd written a poem for the man. "Okay, you can come and visit them," Goma said. "But only for Tika. They won't leave with you." "Is it a love poem?" the man asked, and Goma hung up. Ramchandra checked his wallet. He wanted to give something to the children. He had about 200 rupees and would give each of them 50. He'd never before given them such a large sum. Usually he gave them no more than 20 rupees, but money was the least of his concerns right now. To his consternation, it was Nalini who opened the door at Pandy Palace. As soon as she saw Ramchandra, she pursed her lips and said, "The children will be with you shortly. You can sit in the living room." Her coldness stung Ramchandra. Had Goma told her what had happened? He waited a long time, wondering where everyone was, why no one offered him a cup of tea. Then Sanu and Rakesh came in, wearing their new clothes, and already with their Tika and Jamara. Ramchandra immediately noticed Sanu's somber face. Rakesh jumped into his lap. "Ba, look how much grandfather gave me," and opened his fist to reveal a 100-rupee bill. Even on his most generous day, Ramchandra couldn't keep up with his in-laws. But he acted pleased, hugged his son, and kissed him on the cheek. Sanu remained at a distance until he called her to him. He patted her arm and asked, "And how much did you get? Why are we here, Ba? I don't want to be here. It's only for a short time. Did you and mother have a fight? Is that what she told you?" "She hasn't told us anything. She stays in bed most of the time. Even today she hasn't done anything. She hasn't put Tika on us. Only Hajurba and Hajurma have. Now that I'm here, your mother will come down." He asked Rakesh to get his mother. While he was gone, Sanu sat quietly on the edge of the sofa, her hands folded in her lap. Rakesh returned to say that Goma wasn't feeling well. Then Nalini appeared with a tray of Tika and Jamara and said, "Here it is. Just leave it here when you're done, brother-in-law. I haven't even greeted your parents." He didn't want to, but he thought he had to say something. And this is such an auspicious day. She kept her head averted and walked away. The children sat down in front of him, and, reciting the prayer Om Jayanti Mangala Kali Bhadrakali Kapalini, which he always had some difficulty remembering, Ramchandra dipped his fingertips into the rice yogurt mixture, colored bright red, and dabbed it on Sanu's forehead. Then he placed a few strands of Jamara on her hair. He leaned over to touch her feet with his forehead. That usually made Sanu titter, but today she maintained her serious look. Ramchandra gave her the 50-rupee bill and recited the blessing of happiness and prosperity. When it was Rakesh's turn, the performance was repeated, except that the son was to touch the father's feet. At that point, Rakesh rebelled, saying it wasn't fair that his sister didn't have to do this. He thrust his feet at his father, and Ramchandra, overcome by love for his son, and giving in to the sorrow that was spreading its wings inside his body, leaned over and put his forehead on his son's feet.